Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Flesh and Blood stream. Tonight, I'm going to be playing some more Dash, so I'm sure some people are probably getting tired of seeing me play Dash, but I feel like Dash is just the mechanologist hero that I'll gravitate towards the most. So she's the one that, I've played, since I got into the game, so I'm mostly trying builds with her out to see how I can make her work and if I can. Ben says, ego time. Let's go, Ben. Absolutely right. How are you, man? So try it. We're back. We're gonna try out Barrel Shot again tonight. I took the list that I played last Tuesday and I've changed it around a little bit, trying some different cards. So I'm gonna try and make that work. If we can't make that work, like the list that I have put together, my new idea is to cut some cards and play 3 high octanes and play the pistol instead of playing Plasma Barrel Shot. And just being like all in on like a hyper aggro plan. So. Woo, love the stream. Thanks, Angel. I appreciate it, man. Appreciate that. Appreciate you stopping by. I'm good. How are you? I'm doing well, man. I'm doing pretty well. Worked from home, so just kind of hanging out, just hung out the house today. Worked a little bit. Looking sharp today. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I'm currently in my pajamas, but I appreciate it nonetheless, man. All right. So let's go ahead and jump in. We'll talk about the list while we're waiting on somebody to join here. So I've called this deck Gotta Boost. So you can hit exclamation point deck at any time during the stream and find my list. We're on Barrel Shot, just as I think Barrel Shot has the potential to be really good if you pair it with Teklo Core. So ooh, I'm playing against another Dash. Yeah, so I'm just gonna put good luck, have fun, and then it's weird because I feel like the key to winning this matchup is to winning the Dash mirror is to have the pistol items in and to play a slower style game, which is not where we want to be as far as everything's concerned. So there's not really many items to cut. Probably not gonna play Spark of Genius. Actually, we're probably just gonna. Let's see, I guess we could just play the 64 card special, honestly, and still play like our aggro plan here and just plan on having more cards in them. So if we do boost, it doesn't absolutely shoot us in the foot. Gotta get rid of the Barrel Shot because my hero only has 2 hands. No, literally, there's a pair of scissors on the wall behind you. Oh, well, man, I completely misread that scenario. So, okay, so my opponent is also playing Induction Chamber, and they're playing... Ooh, Teklo base arms and legs. So they're playing hardcore control dash. If they're on Tunic, I assume they're on some kind of Evos or something here. So they're probably on a harder control dash, which means this is probably not going to go very well for us. Yeah, they're on Sift. Yeah, so they're on they're on a pretty hard control dash here. So we're just gonna have to look to put some items in play. Yeah, this is not going to be a good game for us. At least I can't imagine this is going to go well. So I guess let's come in with the pistol and see what they do. We're going to hope that we can find our items sooner rather than later. I'm surprised they said no blocks there. And I'm going to throw Sprocket Rocket for 3, not boosting here. We don't want to boost over any of our items, so... What's the difference between this and the Plasma Dash from the video earlier? So Plasma Dash starts with an item called Plasma Mainline, and the idea is that we're playing a lot of items in our deck so that we can set up multiple items and try to really get aggressive with our items and use the value that we get over playing multiple items. This is more of an all-in aggro deck, really trying to just push the tempo. And make a lot of powerful things happen. So this is more I guess, just all-in aggro. It's a good question, though. Can we play maximum velocity here? I don't think we can. Nah, we don't have the resources for it, so... What we'll do is come in with the pistol. Our opponent's probably going to try and play a little bit of offense here. One of the tougher parts of playing Control Dash, I think, is that they have to they have to like decide, like they have to get in damage somewhere. So like when they're playing like Control Dash, they can't just sit and stare at us all game, because if we set up like our really big explosive turns, we will get them. Like at some point, like we'll pair together items and we'll pair together like very explosive turns, and we'll actually just end up getting there. So they have to put on enough pressure, because if they just stare at us long enough, we'll find a way to close the game out. Really hoping they don't have another Command and Conquer here. Okay, so they're gonna... Wow, they're on yellow Sink Below. That's interesting. So let's start with Induction Chamber for Go Again here. Or let's start with Pistol with Go Again here for 2. So we'll come in for 2 to start the turn. 2 resources. I can go Boost, T-Bone, Dive Through Data, Maximum Velocity, Cracking Goliath Gauntlet. Or I guess I can just boost here off the Twin Drive. I don't need to boost. So that I have less of a chance of hitting my items here that I need to get into play. And we're not playing on BIOS update, so we don't have just like the free roll of throwing our items at our opponent. My card was put on the bottom of the deck, so they did sink one. Multiple T-Bones, like T-Bone Shockwave might not be very bad against this style deck, actually, because like we could just kind of get them kind of early and get some of their equipment out of the way. Probably another sink or something if I had to guess. I doubt they're going to let us opt one here. I was like, yeah, I don't see that being an option. Okay, so boosting over a Teklo Core is not the end of the world. And then let's come in for 10. So, I mean, they can give us all 3 cards in their hand and take 1. Interesting. Okay, so I guess they didn't have the capability to do that, actually. Do we just have Maximum Velocity again here? We do. All right, so let's go. Oh, wow. So if we'd have boosted first, we would have hit off the Sprocket Rocket. Not something that I would have thought. Like, the odds of us hitting on the Sprocket Rocket in this deck are not super high, so... Also kind of crazy we haven't seen any of our items yet. Like I know we're only like playing 3 to find in our deck, so it's not like super high chances that we find them, but still a little surprised. I mean, 1, 2, and I was like, yeah. I mean, they can just take 7 here and go to 17. And what is up with these all red hands? So let's just come in for 5 here. We'll just load the pistol, come in for 5, and then pass. I mean, I guess they do get to play Firewall on that deck, actually. And if they're playing those, they block for 3. That's kind of a cool deck. Oh, they searched. I was like, how are they already finding their heart again? I was like, what? I was like, that's a little sus. It's like finding heart like twice that early, but I guess they did shuffle. So, let's see. So, 5. Yeah, we get to do it all here. So we'll get to push some damage through here. I wonder if I bet they're on 3 copies of each of those. Because, I mean, they're blues that also play into, like, their blocking game plan. And if the second time they attach one, they can actually shuffle a Command and Conquer back in. Or put it, I guess it's not even shuffling it in, it's putting it 5 from the top. Which is kind of cool. I mean, 40 cards in our deck. At some point, we'll probably start boosting over like our items that we want to see, which is unfortunate. It's worth noting that if we had just like completely like went in on the aggro plan, we would be so dead here. Like, it's not even funny how dead we would be. Let's put that on the bottom. I mean, I could Arsenal this instead of throwing it. I guess I could pitch it also. Like, I could pitch it to pistol twice here. Like, my turn is... Like, if I pitch this, it's 4 points because I get to pistol twice, or I can come in for 3 boosting and then come in for 2. I mean, so technically my turn is more points if I come in with the 0 to 60 boosting here, but I don't really know that... And they're playing Hyperdriver? What? Yeah, I mean, we can always, like, take a turn off and set up our maximum velocity if it comes back around to that. So I think we'll just go ahead and throw the pistol twice here. Well, that's unfortunate. That all you got lines up pretty well against the pistol, especially considering we've played like 6 turns and haven't seen an item. Now, it's not always supposed to be like that because like you're supposed to like draw items at some point during the game. So fortunately, it doesn't always pan out the way you want it to. And we'll just pass here. Using Tunic to put that into play is not bad. I wonder if they're on like respites and stuff too. I wonder if that's like what they're up to here. Kind of crazy that we haven't seen... It's kind of crazy that we haven't seen a pistol item. Like, at this point, I'm questioning if I put him in. I'm pretty sure I did, but... Okay, so there's our last maximum velocity, which is kind of, like, sad. You hate to see it go away there just because of how valuable it could have been. I guess I'll just well... I mean, I've already made the decision to shoot the pistol, so... there's no reason to arsenal the Expedite with all of our maximum velocities being gone. I mean, I guess the Harpoon's a pretty good reason. Like, this makes this hand pretty decent. They get to just shoot us for 8 every single turn if they want to. They're going to give Go Again and throw Command and Conquer, I bet, is their play. Yeah. Giving cards out of my deck to, like, combat the Command and Conquer is not great, so I just go to 14 and trade a 0 for 3. I mean, I think that's fine. Like, don't get me wrong, I want all of my cards to do as much as I can here, but at the same time, like... So, if I go Twin Drive, if I pitch 0 to 60 to play Twin Drive, and then pitch Harpoon to throw Zipper Hit, it's a 9-point, or it's a 10-point turn. If I pitch 0 to 60 to go Zipper Hit, Harpoon, into Pistol, I'm losing an extra card from my deck, but it's 11 points. So technically that's the better play. I guess I could like really try to like set up like a Harpoon turn if I wanted to go that route. And like try to just set up like a Harpoon turn where I can like really strip their hand of some cards. And okay, so they're on Fates and Sinks. They're on yellow Sinks, which is really interesting. I don't like, feels like there's probably just better cards that my opponent can be playing than Yellow Sink. I could be wrong. I wonder how well Firewall fits into my opponent's, like, into Control Dash. I played Control Dash for a while, and I really like the deck. The deck's a lot of fun. The problem is it just never beats Lexi. Yeah, so my opponent takes one. We throw the pistol, and then they'll probably just go to 5 and play the Sigil here as, like, their Sigil just being a way to come... Oh, so they have that all you got? Which is good for them, because it means they can play Sigil and then still, like, have a pistol turn. Well, that's rather unfortunate. What I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to pitch High Speed Impact and Dive Through Data to play the Chamber here. Arsenal the Purifier, and then the following turn we'll try to block a little bit. Set up the... I mean... I guess we'll just block with the Heart this turn. I'm intrigued by their decision. And then if I have a turn where I'm able to, like, get the Purifier in play, see, like, we had all 3 of our items come in 2 hands, and that's really not good. Like, that's really not where you want to be at all. I mean, I can go 0 to 60 and Harpoon. After I throw my chapstick under my keyboard there. I can go 0 to 60 into Harpoon and then play Purifier, Arsenal my other one. Problem is if I'm going to do that, I have to take 7 and go to 6. Which, I mean, like, I guess is not, like, the end of the world. Yeah, so my opponent comes in for 4. Like, worst case scenario is that they have a Command and Conquer. Yeah, so they're on, like, the hard... They're on, like, the hard Control Dash package here. I'll just go to 6. There's 1 more That All You Got in their deck and 2 more Sigil of Solace that we haven't seen, so they could use those to combat us defensively. The Plasma Purifier puts that out of reach at least, which is kind of nice. Yeah, Blitz Boosting come in for 4. Now, we don't really get to take any cards unless they just have some random 2-block in their hand. So... yeah. Play Purifier and pass. Having 1 Purifier and 2 Chambers, I think will be more beneficial to me because it allows, like, they can throw 8 and we can throw 9. Like, this turn is, because we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, we need 5 resources this turn. So, block 1. Let's block 1 of them, go to 5. And then Erase Face is pretty good. So we'll block 6. And then we'll set up our last Purifier here. So seeing them all a little too late, I'm afraid, honestly, like, because they have cards they can throw at us, and if we're forced to just sit here and block the rest of the game, they will kill us. They have the inevitability of just killing us at some point. Or, I guess technically it's correct to block with the Combustible Courier. It's the weakest card I have. Yeah, so they're on Springboard. Like, this is literally just an updated version of, like, T. Tebow's and Jacob Law's, like, Control Dash from, like, Nats of 2022. US Nats from 2022. I mean, if they throw a 6-coster at us, I was like... So... I guess I can take one here. They've already given go again, so it's not like we're worried about them giving go again. I'm not gonna boost here. I want to be able to keep 2 blues to do it all next turn. So if I'm able to keep if I'm able to keep 2 blues this coming turn, then I can shoot 12 at them, which I know that they can just give like some arm pieces and leg pieces and stuff here and there. And like if they have defense reactions, they're pretty safe. And like we want to be the first one to put them low. We need one more turn where we can like boost a time or two and then throw pistol a couple of times, and we're able to win this game. I am a little afraid that window has closed on us, though. Because they can block 6 with 2 cards just like that, and then they can pistol us twice. Okay. Purifier. Block here. Gives go again. We go to 2. And then if their last play is to just pistol us, then we're going to go to 1 and keep 2 cards. So they're going to play that and crank it and then prevent the next 2 damage they would be dealt. I wonder what that is. I wonder if that's like a respecting Lexi kind of situation, like where they feel like they have to have some extra help to respect Lexi. I mean, we get to throw 12, but the problem here is that they can just like block with 1 card and take 9 and keep 3 cards to throw at us. I guess technically they don't have to give us a card. They can just use Dissolving Shield and their arm piece and actually be just fine. So, like, I don't really think they're... Like, we needed to see items earlier. If we see items earlier in the game, like, I don't think we saw an item until, like... It was probably, like, turn 8 or 9 before we ever even saw an item to put into play. Yeah, I don't really know how we're supposed to win this matchup when that kind of stuff happens. Because I even boarded in case they were trying to fatigue me and like playing into that longer style of game plan. So, and we just didn't draw it. Now, I did not bring in the Spark of Geniuses, which would have given us, instead of 3 extra options in our deck, that would have given us instead of having 3 extra options in our deck, we would have had 6. So technically we would have had more outs to draw them faster, but I don't know that sideboarding that way, like a lot of people are like trying to play aggro dash right now, and so I don't know if that's the correct way to play it. And then my opponent's going to take both of like all of our cards here. We're going to block like this. And then we're going to block like this. They're going to pass an arsenal card, and then we can't do anything because we don't have any cards in our hand. And then with my opponent being at 10, I don't think there's like ever an out to this. Like I'll play the next like turn or two just to see what happens. But I mean, I guess like if they really don't want to have to do anything else, they can just endlessly throw the pistol at us. And forever take 2 cards out of our deck until we run out of cards. Like if that's how they want to do it. Maybe I get lucky and they like take a turn off to try and set something up. Or they only throw 1 pistol at me and I get to keep 2 cards. Maybe that's like a weird scenario that could happen. Because if they throw... We're just dead here if they throw the pistol at us a second time. I guess we're dead to that too. We'll just block 3 and die. So, good game. Yeah, that was a 16-turn game, and I would easily say that we saw that it was somewhere between turn 8 and 10 before we ever saw any of our other items, and we saw 2 in one hand and then 1 in the following hand. So, like, again, I actively made the decision to not bring in Spark of Genius because I feel like not playing Spark of Genius in that spot is correct. Because if my opponent's trying to go like boost ham aggro, like I don't know, like I'm not looking to, I don't know, maybe I'm just supposed to always bring in Spark of Genius just because if my opponent is going boost ham aggro, I can just block with it. And yeah, I don't know. That's weird. I don't know what's correct there. Warm up? Yeah, but let's warm up. Sounds good, man. Sounds good. I like it. Warm up. Let's see. I'm going first, which means we're gonna pick Teklo Pounder. Against Max, I'm just gonna play like heavy aggro and just see what happens. If people are already playing the new heroes and just trying to set up this fatigue game plan, where like, oh, did they pick to go first? I guess I read that wrong. But if people are already playing like this like ultra heavy fatigue plan where like they're like already just like saying like, oh, I'm just gonna like, you know, block you out the rest of the game in the mech mirrors, like then we're heading for a very, very, very boring and stale format that I'm not as excited for. Okay, so I'm gonna go T-Bone for 5 into 0 to 60. And then I'm gonna Arsenal my other 0 to 60. Like the idea of the deck is that we're just trying to throw maximum velocity 3 times in a game. Like I want to throw maximum velocity every single time that I can. Now, unfortunately, with the boost mechanic, there's no way to like guarantee that. There's no way to like, you know, really reassure and like rig up that that's going to happen because sometimes you boost them over. Like sometimes you're forced to block because they come too late in the game. So it's tough. I'm not going to boost on my second one here. There's no reason to. So my opponent blocked with Crown of Providence, and according to the chat log, or like the game log here, it doesn't say that they bottomed anything. So I'm curious as to why they didn't block with Accelerator. Zero to 60, 0 to 60, 0 to 60, pitch high speed impact for zipper hit. I mean, I could bottom the 0 to 60 in my arsenal. I could give Crown and Heart here. Bottom, like, to try and stop the Med-X hit here. Because Med-X is a card that, like, needs to be respected. Bottom the card from here. Bottom my 0 to 60. And if I find a blue or a yellow, I'm in pretty good shape. The one thing that I would like to see that would actually be like a bad draw here would be maximum velocity. If we ran into maximum velocity, that would be pretty bad for us. So man. I mean, we went 5 cards and didn't see a non-red card. I don't really feel like that should happen as often as it does when we're playing. Oh, God. So he's about to throw maximum velocity at us after this. I'm going to take 5 and force him to show it to me before I actually start blocking. No, it's Harpoon. I mean, I'll go to 31 here. So if I go to 31, I can go 0 to 60, 0 to 60, zipper hit. So it's 6, 4, 15. It's, yeah, 6 plus 4 is 10 plus 5 is 15. Arsenal Harpoon. Okay. Okay. So they know there's a bug, so that's fine. I mean, yeah. I hate to lose out on the extra point that we would have got from playing offense right there, but it is what it is. So they're playing Master Cog. You may put a Steam counter on an item you control. I really don't know how good that card's gonna be. Like, I want it just because I think it's cool. But I really don't know how good it's gonna be. So we boosted a red, drew 4 reds, bottomed, found a red, and then boosted another red. So that's 1, 4, 5, 6 cards without seeing a non-red card. 8 cards without seeing a non-red card, but we saw blue on our 9th card, thank God. We're probably just going to take whatever they do here because, like, this hand's pretty solid. We get to go Expedite. Actually, we're going to go Data Link for 5. They don't have an item in their banish zone, so... Oh, do I? No, I don't. Okay, so this is just a 2 for 5 with Go again. Would have been pretty good if they could have stolen one of my items. Yep, max the Hype Nitro, and then you crank and come in with Banksy, and I'm going to take 3 here. I'm just going to go to 22. I'm now down 1 point, and I have a... I mean, what is this? 5, 8, 13, 17, and 5 is 22. It's a 22-point turn off of 5 cards. Could be 24 if we had a 2-coster here, but we don't. So let's start with the Data Link. Okay, so they don't want us to opt. And then the cool thing about playing Expedite after this is, like, it seems like we just tried to debate them. Like, we just tried to get them to give us cards so that we could get them with the Expedite and actually put our item into play. Now, I mean, I wouldn't put the item into play even if they let it hit here. I don't think they have any way of knowing that personally, but I wouldn't, just because of... Like, just because I need the resources here. So my opponent goes to 18. Show me your hand. All right, so they can't block with a boom grenade, so they take 1. and go to 17. And then we come in for 5. There goes an ambulance up the road. Hope everybody's okay. So come in for 5 and they go to 12. And then we have yet again an all red hand. Wow. This hand's tough. So I guess let's go. I can throw Throttle for 8 here. An Arsenal Harpoon. I mean, that's my highest ceiling. The other option, I mean, if I didn't want to Arsenal a card, I could just... If I didn't want to Arsenal a card, I could throw the Data Link for 3 and then throw that, which still doesn't make them block with a card. So I think this is like our highest potential ceiling moving into our next turn. So, I mean, this hand's pretty good. I can block with the Combustible Courier if I want to. Like, if I need to, the Combustible Courier is the card I'll be blocking with. They have 2 Boom Grenades in play, so this is on hit, take 11, go to 11. That's not something I'm super interested in. Okay, so if I block with Combustible Courier, I'm basically committing to not blocking the rest of the turn, because then my turn is going to be Expedite, Sprocket, Rocket, Plasma Barrel, or I'm loading the Barrel Shot first, and I'll go Expedite, Sprocket, Rocket, Harpoon into Barrel Shot. So if I'm going to block with a card, it's going to be the Combustible Courier. What does an extra action point really do for them here? Like, they don't have... Like, I don't think that they really have anything insane. So, like, if they wanted to throw, like, I guess 2 non-boostable cards at me, which it doesn't really seem like their deck is lined with. So it fit, like, I mean, taking 11 here is aggressive, but... I mean, if we're going to block something, it should be this. So let's block here. Like, let's give them Combustible Courier, because our turn's still really good without actually doing anything. So this is now 5, 9, 13. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I can just say, like, do nothing. Like, I think I'm forced to... So take 5, go to 4. And then they crank the Boom Grenade this turn. Okay, so that would have been cool if I didn't have my Heart to block with. Okay, so... I'm guaranteed to take 3 cards out of their hand. Like, if... Yeah, so they're going to give us 3 cards. They have to give us 3 cards this turn. Unless I just horribly miscounted, which, I mean, is a possibility. Yep. They go to 1. We get to pick the thing here that disrupts their hand the most. Twin Drive, Expedite, Harpoon. Attack for 4. They give us both of their cards. And now we just kill them. Wow. We drew the hand. We drew the hand. Let's go. So this is actually just the hand that does it by itself, which is kind of great. So let's boost. I mean, even if they have all 3 blocks, I would be baffled. Like, there's no way they don't die here. They'd have to, like, kill us as an instant or something crazy. This gets me a card. We activate Heart. And then we come in for 10. My opponent takes 7 and dies. So, it was a good game. I thought our hand was going to be kind of awkward there when I first looked at it, but because I didn't see the blue. But after we found the blue, I knew it was in good shape there. I mean, 13.57 AVPT. Like, again, not super high or anything, but you know, like just good enough to get there. I also don't know like how good Max is, if I'm just being honest. I've been going second against this deck and losing consistently. Like, let's just mix it up, I guess. I at this point, I don't know, man. At this point, I don't know. So we're gonna go first, start with Teclo Pounder, and load up. We're gonna go second and just start with, or go first and start with Teclo Pounder and just load up our item here. So, I mean, this is really good. We're just gonna pitch both of these and then pass. Our opponent doesn't really get to like do any like dumb instant speed shenanigans on turn 0, but so if I'd kept one of those 0-costers, it would have been better for me. So I can go boost for 9, 5, 7, 9. And then I can go boost for... Actually, I guess I'm going to boost with... I'm going to crack Goliath Gauntlet and start with T-Bone here. What is this, for 8? So I'm basically agreeing to go to 30 if I do this. I could also just like, nah, I'm going to keep my Twin Drive there until they present us with like something that like makes me have to like get rid of that. Boost, that's right. Absolutely. I still think it would be cool to get something like commissioned. Like an art, like if I got like a local artist to like commission something and like put it up on my wall behind me, I'd have to like probably like move my camera around a little bit, but I think it'd be worth it. Goose. Goose, go boost. So they give us the Perch Grapplers, which is not surprising in any fashion. And then we're going to come in for 7, going boost because we get another point off of our barrel shot if we do that. So our opponent's playing Sink Below, which is pretty interesting. Did I boost 4 red? Or I boosted 3 red cards. And then we're coming in for 5. So, I mean, our opponent, like we had a 20 point. No, I'm sorry, we had a 22 point turn. Yeah, 22 points, not too shabby. Dude, what is up with these all reds? These all reds are crazy. Gonna be red in the ledger, I imagine. I mean, red in the ledger, like with 1 pump, is just automatically more than the like 7 that I can block with, which is like kind of, you know, like a little disappointing. What does Hemorrhage Bore do? Okay, so he's trying to go for like a Command and Conquer style effect, but like I just have Crown of Providence, and I needed a crown anyway for this hand. I mean, drawing a blue with this hand would be very, very good. Yeah, let's just Crown, because if we draw blue, we get to go Courier for 6, Data Link for 3, Harpoon, take a card, and then Arsenal my Zipper hit. So I'm okay taking 3 because there's not really like a big effect here. Now, that's absolute garbage. That's like not great. I mean, with 5 cards, you could make any red hand work, honestly, but this is not good at all. So this is really bad. let's walk through our hands here and talk about what this looks like. So, like, I can go Zipper Hit, or I'm sorry, I can go Data Link for 5, Zipper Hit for 5, which is 10, and then Harpoon, pitching Combustible Courier and Harpoon, which is a 14-point turn, and we have some Disruption, which is pretty good. You keep trying to make exclamation point Carly work, and it's not going to, boss. I respect the effort, though. I respect the effort. So 5, 10, 14, and then we have no arsenal, and we also don't set up our barrel shot at all. Or I could go Combustible Courier for 6, Data Link for 3 or 6, which is 12, and then I get the arsenal, so it's 12 and an arsenal. I'm gonna make it a command in my stream. You should absolutely do it. I guess I'm just gonna throw my hand here and just kind of play like a little reckless. And again, like, I don't really know that it's reckless. Like, I feel like we're making the best with what we have. The problem with arsenaling a card here is that, like, okay. I was going to say the problem with arsenaling a card here is that they might just, like, kill us, like, or they might just, like, dominate something. Now part of me's thinking that I should just, like, activate Heart here and load the barrel shot. Like, they already have only a 2-card hand, which means their hand is probably going to be pretty weak. So, someone help me do commands for YouTube. You don't have commands set up in your stream on YouTube, man? I mean, I can help you with that. I know how to. And mine weren't working the other night, which was, like, kind of awkward, but I know how to. As Stream Elements says, if you're enjoying the stream, don't forget to subscribe. Why are you encouraging this? I mean, because Kyle thinks it's funny. Any buffs here? Okay, Premeditate. And so Remorseless for 8. So I can't block this out. Like, so my turn gets to be 5, 8, 11, 15, 20. I'm going, okay, so I'm going to take 10, go to 17, and then I'm going to take 1, 2, 3, 4, go to 13. So I'm going to be at 13, and I'm going to throw 20 at my opponent. Nope, I only had Nightbot on Twitch. Speaking of which, what should I stream tonight? Oh, you're streaming tonight? Let's go, dude. That's awesome. You can stream Rocket League. You can stream Fallout. I was like, I haven't watched Fallout gameplay in a while, but that's just me selfishly talking about what I'd like to watch tonight. You could stream Fortnite. For everybody who doesn't know, Cal hates Fortnite, but he plays with us anyway because he's our friend. So let's go for 5 here. I like Data Link because if it hits, we have an opportunity to Arsenal. I'm gonna leave that on top because I'm like, it's not good. So, like, it's a blue card that I want to get rid of. So we'll come in for 3. Come on, Sprocket Rocket. Dang it, I was hoping for a 0 for 4 there. Hoping we might get a little bit lucky. I'm hella toxic on Rocket League, but I'm going to start trying to stream more on weekdays while Allie works. I mean, dude, that's a great plan. Like, I was like, especially knowing that, like, you know, you don't, like, have a lot going on. Like, when Allie's, like, at work, dude, you should. You absolutely should, man. I was like, plus, like, if you start streaming, man, I was like, we can all stream together. It can be like a group stream. Oh, well, let's get that crap out of here. Take that red no ledger, homeboy. We don't want you to have that garbage. And then let's come in for 5. Does this do something when it blocks? No. So part of me is debating if I should activate Achilles Accelerator here and just load the barrel shot to be ready for another explosive turn. But if I do that, like, I don't know what else I'm going to use it for. So, like, there's no pistol here. Like, I'm not playing items. Like, I don't have any whiffs in my deck, so I think it's worth. I don't think there's any reason for me not to have it loaded with the extra resources going into my next turn when I can. So, I don't know. Maybe that's not a wise play for me, though. I don't know. If somebody thinks of a reason why I shouldn't do that, please let me know. Maybe just steal stuff, though, where I can talk and interact a lot, so Fallout may be a good idea. I mean, hey, dude, like, stream whenever you want to, man. Like, I was like, I am... Let's take this. I mean, yeah, dude, like, if you want to stream Fallout, man, like, go for it. Streaming's all about, like, having fun and doing whatever you enjoy, man. I was like, it just works out that I love to play cards. So I was like, I end up playing a lot of cards. But I mean, yeah, dude, if you want to stream Fallout, go for it. Maybe I'll try streaming Starfield. Dude, you could do that. I was like, I think that's something a lot of people would watch. So let's come in for 6. This demands 1 card and piece of equipment, at least. I'm just saying, you might have fun streaming, Fortnite with us. Like, you can play some Fortnite. We'll play with you. Be fun, at least until you want to kill somebody. I mean, hey, you never know. Look at Carly plugging Kyle. You love to see it. And then Kyle plugs me and becoming a member. There's so much friendship happening. Yeah, this will do it, right? Let's just make sure I'm not going crazy. So, pitch dive through data 6, and 1 is 7, and then 4 is 11, and then this is 21. So unless they're gonna like kill me at instant speed or something, like we got him here, we're gonna have to activate hard at some point. But other than that, we've got him. Why did going first work? I don't like that. That's like not supposed to be the way that's supposed to break out. My Fortnite streams would be short-lived. Rip off my plug. Read off my plug for you. It's a script. Oh, sorry, it's a script. I didn't realize I needed to read the whole thing. Sorry. Hang on. Did you guys know you can support Agroblaze 96 and unlock exclusive content and emotes for just $2.99 a month? How was that, Kyle? How did I do? Are you proud of me now? Yeah, sure. I'm going first again, so like if we win going first again, now I know that my opponent never saw a red in the ledger, so like I'm not sitting over here in La La Land going, yay! But it is like oh, what? Okay, so we went from drawing no blues to drawing all the blues. Get closer to the mic, damn it. I was basically breathing on it. What did you want? And for $4.99, you get hand jobs? No, you don't. No. Kyle's full of garbage. That's not a real thing. What is this? Take aim? So what is this, 8? I mean, I could block 9 and put out Techlocore. Like, my hand's kind of garbage anyway, so like taking nothing and playing a Techlocore here like seems pretty like Techlopowder counters aren't going anywhere, so I might as well like make efficient uses of my turns. Now again, like this is not great, but I mean, I guess it's good enough. I don't know. No eye contact. Oh, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is my fiance. for $100 donation. Oh my God, Carly. Man, Carly had a nap. She's full of energy, you can tell. Hand jobs confirmed by Carly, just no eye contact. Oh my God. It's gonna be some like kid who watches my like Flesh and Blood stream, and like this is what he's gonna like. His mom's gonna be like, "Oh my God, Jimmy, what are you watching?" So 14 dominate, and the only on hit effect is a blood rot here. So, I mean, yeah. I mean, like, our hand's not that bad, and we get 2 pieces of equipment with our hand. Carly, my evil twin. Oh my God. Oh Lord. Carly with a K. So combustible courier for 8. Like we did give my opponent like basically like an 18-point life lead here by just taking that turn, but they didn't throw a red in the ledger at us, so like we can still have our big turn back. Our turn is they have a sink below. Okay, so they block 8. We're actually going to get 3 pieces of equipment, which is like kind of cool. If I play my blue 0 to 60 here, it's worth 3 points because it adds a point to the barrel shot and attacks for 2. As to where if I pitch it to the Pox token, it only blocks 2, so it's actually more efficient to actually play my 0 to 60 here this turn. We're going to come in with a blue T-Bone first, because my opponent's going to be incentivized to block with the Perch Grapplers. And if we throw the red T-Bone and they block here, they take 1. Then if we throw the blue T-Bone, they block with Tunic or Cross Wrap and take nothing. But they take nothing off the blue one, and now they're going to take 2. So we're actually pushing through an extra point of damage here because we threw the T-Bone, the red T-Bone after the blue one. And then we're going to come in for 5. Or I'm sorry, 6. We actually boosted 5 times because we played every single card in our hand. Or I'm sorry, a 16-point life lead, not an 18-point life lead. Having a stroke right there. So this is kind of interesting. Like, this is for 7. So again, I could block 9. I could block 9, use the Teclo-Core to load barrel shot, Arsenal maximum velocity. I mean, it's not bad. Like, again, we're using our cards efficiently. The only way we really get punished is by Codex here. I was like, I definitely think my opponent was trying to Arsenal that, but I mean, if they did decide that they wanted to play it there, like, you wouldn't have to twist my arm too hard. We'll Arsenal this last card here. So let's see here. We're actually not able to play our maximum velocity. So we have 2 options here. We can bottom. If they don't throw a red in the ledger at us, it depends on what they're going to throw. Sheesh. They're going to throw something that's pretty good here. So let's see. Put a card on top of the deck, and then they played Read the Glide Path, and they put a card on top again. I mean, I imagine if they top once, they'll top a second time, but... Yeah, so I mean, this is 11 on hit ponder, so we're gonna block and take 8, go to 16, because there's nothing that I can do about that. And then what I am gonna do is I'm gonna play Throttle, and I'm actually gonna boost here and come in for 8. Like, I'm literally only boosting to get the extra counter off of the Teclo Pounder so that I can come in for more points there. My opponent blocks with 1 card. And then we'll go T-Bone, then Teclocore. And wow. I mean, so man, it's a tough scene. They put a card in the bottom of their deck. Like, I know that like we're never guaranteed to play maximum velocity, but like I you think that like we'd have been able to play it sometime the last couple of turns. Or I mean, I guess this is only the second turn that we've had it, so I don't know. Maybe I'm just looking for complaint equity, and I'm being logical with myself and having a hard time finding any. So this is for 9. I mean, so take 8, go to 8. Or I'm sorry, take 10, go to 6, actually. I get to throw the dive through data and keep the Sprocket Rocket, and I'm just kind of hoping that, like, they can't kill us here. Or actually, I guess I can, like, have a whole turn here if I want to. Yeah, I mean, let's just go ahead and boost and get our points out while we can. Like, we're not doing anything else this turn, so we might as well boost and, like, try to play offense. Our opponent's going to block with whatever cards they're not going to use. Okay, so hopefully that means they don't have a super offensive turn and that we can try to swing our turn around here. No. Unfortunately, I'm going to go to 6. Like, even if they decide to go to 19 here, like, we're not going to get a bunch of cards out of their hand. Like, we might be able to get 2 cards out of their hand. Okay, so this is for 4. So if I give Crown of Providence and Teklo Foundry Heart, it's possible they don't have a pump. Like, it's just possible they don't have a pump here. So if I do that, I can bottom the Teklo Core. I mean, let's think about what we're going to bottom here. What cards actually just, like... The only thing that stops me from having my turn is Red Combustible Courier, Red Throttle. I think I'm going to go for it. So I think I'm at a point where I kind of have to like put my Teklo Core on the bottom and hope that I draw a card that's worth more power. So Data Link, Zipper Hit, Pitching 0 to 60, Harpoon, Plasma Barrel Shot, Accelerator, Maximum Velocity. And then we get to have some disruption with the Harpoon this way. And then we also get to... We get to have some disruption with the Harpoon this way. And then... Block with knock, please. I mean, like, there is a bug. So I'm gonna, like, there's a bug, and so I'm gonna click pass here and like not take the Laceful Blood Rot. So even if this turn doesn't like actually like put them within like lethal range. So I'm not going to like put them within lethal range here. Okay, it just worked that time. That's the first time it's worked in 2 days. I mean, if my opponent's going to tell me I just missed the trigger, I'll take their word for it. But I don't know. And then let's come in for 10. So we only have 25 cards in our deck, but our opponent is at 4 now, so what 2 cards am I blocking with here? Like, this hand's not very good. I mean, do I block maximum velocity, block heart, take 3, go to 3, and then come in with expedite, dive through data, and barrel shot? Get 2 cards out of their hand, and they're only left with 2 cards this way? Or I block 6, come in for... I'm not going to be able to play the barrel shot or the velocity at this point. I think taking 2 cards out of their hand is like our only real play. It's like, it's a little greedy to go to 3, but I think taking 2 cards out of their hand is what I have to do here. Okay, so they block with this because they have an extra arrow. It's like, even if they give us a card here, I'm still going to barrel shot them. They're going to go to 2 here. Okay. And then I am at 3. Of course, all of our maximum velocities come at the end of the game. Okay, so they're going to opt to like try and find a dominate arrow. They went bottom. We're going to block. I'm going to load barrel shot and come in for 5 without boosting here and get 2 cards out of my opponent's hand. We haven't seen a codex in either game. Hopefully they don't have one here. Or actually, no, I think we saw a codex last game, but like it just didn't matter. Hopefully I can block zipper hit high speed impact and go 3 go again, 4 go again, barrel shot for 3. Can I actually just take 2 and go to 1 here? Because there's no on hit effects. If I block 3 and go to 1, I get to go 4 and then barrel shot. I mean, I think that's using my life total efficiently. Plus, if they let this hit and go to 1, which, okay, does it have a sink below? That's a bummer. We're like low on cards, which is kind of worrisome to me. And we blocked with our last 2 maximum velocities. And we had to block with our last 2 maximum velocities to put ourselves in a spot where we had potential to win the game. God, don't let this be a codex, please. Okay, so what could they have arsenaled? Man, you hate to see that card gone. Like we're gonna have one more turn after this, where we're just gonna have to make it work. Gonna have to say no on the boost here. We're gonna have to Arsenal Combustible Courier and just hope it's enough. I can only assume they had 2 Rain Razors in their hand. I can only assume that's what happened there. Doesn't the combustible kill? So with 2 cards in their hand. Oh, you're absolutely right, Raikou. You're absolutely right, dude. I completely missed that, being so worried about my card economy right there. So if I come in and boost for 3 here, they give me a card. Yeah, because all their sync belows are gone. Yeah. So if I come in for 3 and boost, they give us a card, activate Heart, come in with Combustible Courier and win the game. Yeah, dude. Good catch. Good catch. Absolutely, good call. Yeah, so I just completely missed lethal without even like thinking about. I was too worried about card economy right there, and that is a great example of what happens when you get tunnel vision playing games. So I got hyper focused on one aspect of the game, and I wasn't thinking about the rest of it, and I actually missed lethal. That, yeah. I'd end with throttle there as well, so you're safe from sync. So we knew all the syncs were gone. So in that spot, it's definitely, I think it's definitely correct to end with the sync there for what it's. Yeah, I think you're right. Like ending with the throttle there is best practice. So this is a matchup where we're just gonna try and like play it slowly as we can and bring in all of our like grindier cards here. We'll take out the Sprocket Rockets and we'll take out the T-Bones. I don't want to cut any of my blues. I like Combustible Couriers in all my matchup in this matchup because blues and reds deal with dragons and give us a little bit of like a buffer play. Okay, so I don't have blue Combustible Couriers in here. That was a change that I thought I had made before the stream, but I guess I didn't. And I think like we can cut Expedite, I think, and just play the 61 card special. So I like Data Link and I like some of my other cards because they help. Some of my other cards like help me. Some of those cards like really help me like actually like opt and like kill dragons and stuff like that randomly. I don't really like any of this hand. This is all like not great. Like I don't want to arsenal any of this. I'm literally just going to pitch my entire hand. Like poppers are so valuable in my deck. How many are there? There's 3, 4, 5 in the main deck, and then there's 8, 10, 11. Okay, so I have 11 poppers total in my list, and so we're just gonna pitch them all. They have to have a sigil to make an Ash on turn 0 here. Considering how they actually they're playing Silken form instead of Seeker Smiths, and they're on Snap, so it tells me that they're on some kind of like red line aggro version of the deck, which I think is like super spicy. Yeah, so let's block here. So he played Rake just to make an Ash. That is like total win for us. Like it is so much of a win for us, it's not even funny. Wow. I mean, let's just keep the good times rolling. Arsenal, your last card, man. Okay. I have to say that was one of those turns that you just kind of feel like you got away with like murder right there. Like that was like that turn was so beneficial for us in the long run of this game because they didn't put like 3 dragons on board and like force me to play like an awkward game where I couldn't put my chamber into play. But now I get to put another item into play and arsenal my Spark of Genius. Like, it's just so good. I'm going to block 3. If they throw Snatch, I mean, like... So, if they have an awkward turn where I need to, like, pop something and block with my dive through data, then, oh well. I was like, I can't imagine... Wow, you have 2 blues in your hand? Are you about to throw Flame Call Awakening at me? I mean, I'm going to take 3, brother. Like, I'm going to take 3, brother. This is... What is happening right now? I don't even know what planet we're living on right now. This has been, like, probably one of the weirdest Stromae games I've ever played. So basically I should block this so that they just don't get a free arsenal here. That's really neat. I don't know if that's good or bad. And then they're going to play Passing Mirage. Normally I'd tell you that killing Passing Mirage is like a must, but I think that we can take a turn off here to set up a Purifier because we have the capability over the like next turn with 2 chambers in play and a Purifier. We can kill most dragons and still play like our setup game here. So like leaving the Passing Mirage around for 1 turn hopefully doesn't, like, we don't get punished too hard. If they have a Caloria, we can block with High Speed Impact and Heart. Like we have multiple options here to like kind of play around what we just gave up. Like the value that we just gave up, I don't think it's going to be too damning. Okay, so I am perplexed. I think I'm going to go to 30. Like, yeah, I was like, this has to be snaps, but like if they're spending snaps on their Blaze Headlong, like that's, again, so good for me. I mean, yeah, like let's just block 6. There's no threat of pummel here. Let's pitch a popper. Let's attack our opponent here, give go again. We'll load the other chamber, and then we'll shoot the Passing Mirage here. Getting the Passing Mirage off the field is very important. Just because I didn't do it last turn, I prioritize getting another Purifier in play over having the Passing Mirage off the field. So I'm going to go Big Bertha, then Teclocore, because we went red-blue last turn. So if we went popper-blue, our hands are looking pretty good. Hopefully they give us something that we can actually use one of our poppers on. Like this is a good example. They'll probably try to use Chromai here to like try and gain an action point, and I'll immediately pop it. Man, like I think we'll just give 3 here, take 1, and then we'll pop the Chromai. Hopefully, like, there's not, like, a snatch or something afterwards. They have a Rabble or something. We're probably just going to take it. I need to... Like, I can't block with either one of these cards. So if I'm not blocking with equipment from here, we've blocked with everything we can. And if they don't attack with the Chromai, then we're going to kill it with Go Again and then put a Purifier in play. So let's pop the Chromai. Having 11 poppers is pretty good because most dash lists are playing 9. So having access to like copies 10 and 11, I'm hoping if I do end up playing this style of dash, will at least throw my opponents off week 1 of ProQuest so that they're at least not ready for it. I hate giving so much of a life loss here, but I don't like, I can't block, and I want to save my equipment for something that matters. This is an interesting Dromai list. Yeah, this is a very interesting Dromai list. I'm very intrigued by what they're up to here. Like, I haven't seen somebody play Burn Away in Dromai. Like, the you know, Flame Call Awakening, the Phoenix Flame is like pretty common, but Burn Away, that makes me wonder if they're on 3 copies of Phoenix Flame, was my first thought when I saw that. So I don't know. That's pretty interesting to me. I mean, they're on Silken Form, so they're already on a little bit of a different list here than most Dromai players I know. Okay, so they're on 3 Phoenix Flames. This is super spicy. Like, this is super spicy. I'm gonna take the Phoenix Flame here. Okay, using Silken Form ineffectively. Most people like to use it for Quell and then pop to gain an Ashwing. I mean, I'm gonna pop this. Like, I get to end their turn this way, and we get to like load up and like throw pistol for 12 here. There could be some kind of an argument to throwing pistol once, loading some items, and then playing the Teklo Core, but I think we need to start applying pressure here. We're down 16 points. Like, we're down 16 points, but we have all of our items set up, and we've also pitched like 5 or 6 poppers to this point, which is also a little frightening because we have a lot of deck to go, and there's not many left. So something to be aware of. I mean, honestly, like, if I get a turn where I can like play offense or something, I might just like start boosting pretty aggressively since we already have all of our items set up and we know that we have a pretty decent amount of poppers set up for second cycle. Because I think I've pitched 5 poppers, which means there's like 6 left in our deck. There's 5 or 6 left. I haven't exactly kept track. That's, again, like poor card management on my part. If they do set up a dragon here, they play Miragai. We have the ability to play Combustible Courier. Okay. So, of course, they decide to play the 2 dragons the turn that I don't have anything. No, we'll take this. We'll go to 17. And then, man, the whole multiple, like, Flame Call Awakenings is very interesting. I think we're going to have to take this turn. There's not a way for me to arsenal a card and put on pressure here this turn. Yeah, I'm going to take 1 here and go to 13. I'm curious to see if they actually throw the Miragai at me. Like, I think almost any like Dromai player worth their salt will tell you that throwing Mirror Guy here is not worth it. Just because if I do have it, if I have the popper, like it's such a blowout. So I can go Combustible Courier on the Mirror Guy and then throw Zipper Hit at them for 8. And then from there, I can pitch my Zipper Hit to actually throw Pistol at the Asvali for 3. Again, I don't get to Arsenal a card, but I get to kill an Important Dragon, attack them for 8, and then I get to kill 2 Important Dragons and attack them for 8. I guess I'm also like pitch stacking some power cards for later in the game, so it's not like the end of the world. Okay. Yep, let's boost. Of course we hit a popper. Never fails. So we kill Mirror Guy. The hit effect processes if my opponent ever decides to click through their turn. We'll attack them for 8. At least we didn't hit a second popper. That happened the other night when we were playing. We had like 10 or 11 poppers in our deck the other night when I was playing, and I boosted 2 back to back, which is like so wildly unfortunate. So 2 defense reactions here. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I'd rather them take 8 damage, but so I don't know if I'd rather them take 8 damage because them having 2 cards out of their hand means that they're going into a turn with nothing on the board. Like, they're going into a turn where they have absolutely nothing on the board, and I have all of my items set up, and they only have 2 cards in hand, which actually gives me a real chance to like try and swing the game in my favor, because I only need a couple of turns of them having off turns with all of my items in play to where I can really start to swing it. All right, so kill Asvali, and then we'll pass. Hopefully we hit a popper right here. Hopefully it matters. Like, hopefully we hit a popper and they have something. All right, so we didn't hit a popper, but our hand is kind of good, though. Like, this is definitely a turn where we're going to keep the board clean in Arsenal. Like, we're going to try and, like, Arsenal a card here so that we can try to have a big explosive turn. I'm just curious to know what they're going to do. Interesting. So we're going to Arsenal 0 to 60, and we're going to pitch our cards to load here. One, two, three, 4. So I guess I can boost the high speed impact at my opponent and then kill the passing mirage here with the resources that I have. And then I can Arsenal 0 to 60 and try to set up for a big explosive turn here. All right, we didn't boost over a popper, thankfully. Unfortunately, boosting is just kind of like variance. Like, it's just kind of like whatever the game allows for. Like, I mean, like, we're playing cards, so like variance is like never escaping. But if you guys have been watching my channel for a while, you all know that I come from playing Magic, and that one of the biggest reasons that I got out of playing Magic and started playing Flesh and Blood is because of the lack of variance that came with the game. Like the game was just like naturally. It was just naturally like so much. There was so much less variance involved in the game that I was very quickly pulled towards playing Flesh and Blood. Might have been one of those situations where I needed to pass. Not sure. Man, the crazy part is if they just let me have it, this turn is just like insane. I was like, if their turn's not very good, this hand is like crazy. We can actually get their furnace with this hand. They're playing Lava Burst. This is so spicy. So they only get to make one Ashwing because they have like 0 Ash management this game. Now, like, I don't know that that's like, I don't know if that's the way my opponent's playing or if it's the way they've set up their deck. It's definitely one or the other. Like, the way they've set up their deck is like very like left field, off the wall, like. Okay. When I sit at my desk for so long, my shirt starts to like roll up a little bit, which is kind of weird. It's very nice of my opponent to ask, you know, like that's not always something that like people consider. So it is very nice of my opponent to ask. I very much so appreciate him doing that, actually. I've really been like trying to make a point to where like if I'm gonna undo something that I like try to ask. Most of the time, now there are certain situations when I'm just like, man, like, you know, whatever. It is what it is kind of thing, but there are a lot of times I try to ask, like just to make a point. So I can block with a T-bone here. Like block 3, and then when they go to swing the Asvali, which they will inevitably do, or oh, they didn't have another Phoenix Flame? Oh, that's right, they played 2. Yeah. So they didn't have one, so this is just a 1 for 3, and then whatever their last card is. So when they swing the Asvali here, I'm going to take 1, go to 12, and then I'm going to pop it. And then my turn is 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. I have a 20-point turn, which is like pretty good. I mean, like, I would say enough to put me on the offensive. The problem with the Goliath Gauntlet in this matchup is that a lot of my cards that are cost 2 are also my poppers. So I don't get many opportunities to play them and like really like make that pressure like feel like I'm really threatening my opponent in like a super positive way. Like with Goliath Gauntlet, like it would, like in this matchup, that slot would probably be better served as a Galvanic Bender, just because it blocks certain, like it blocks like Calorius 4, like it blocks Snatch, like it just helps cover damage in certain situations. So boosting away a Throttle there is very unfortunate. I think that means there's only 2 poppers left before I get the pitch stack, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't entirely been keeping up because like honestly, like I like when I'm keeping up with my pitch stack and like when I'm, you know, like counting the number of cards that have went back into my deck, that is like what I'm like, you know, quote unquote sweating, as it were. That's when I'm like really focused and trying to like remember everything that's happening. And when I was playing Oldham and like getting ready for RTN season, you guys noticed that I was doing that almost every single night when I was playing. Now, I don't do that when I play, like when I'm playing now, because honestly, like a lot of what I'm doing right now is like the testing phase of seeing what decks work and what decks don't. So I'm not super interested in making like, and like always being like super honed in and like making sure that I'm counting my pitch stack and things like that. Now, like I'm going to look at my hand and I'm going to make the best play that I can, that I see. It's not always going to be the best play that's there, but it's the best play that I see at the time. So like I'm always going to be in that kind of situation where I am making the best play, but at the same time, like I'm a human and I mess things up. Oh my God. I mean, feels like the best thing is to take one. So take one, go to 11. I don't know what their last card is. Lava Burst for 2. I think that's fine. I'm just going to throw Throttle for 8 here. I was just talking about how I don't really get to use Goliath Gauntlet in this matchup. And it honestly might be wrong to throw a popper at this point in the game just from where we're at, but they've shown us that like more often than not they're using their attacks before they're going to be using their dragons. So, and like they could pivot from that at any point in time. You know what I mean? Like that's the cool thing about the red line list is that like it plays just enough dragons most of the time. This has been a pretty odd list for my opponent. But they play just enough dragons most of the time to where they can pivot when they want to. So is that from Arsenal? No, it's from Hand. So they still get the effect, which means I could just block with Combustible Courier here, which is like again not great. I probably should have saved Goliath Gauntlet for that. Honestly, is what I should have done, but I think this is a pretty good way to spend our turn. Like they give 2 cards to stop the on-hit effect, and then we're gonna strip their I hate to see that. And then we're gonna strip their last 2 cards here, or one of their last 2 cards here with the Harpoon. Like they undid, and I don't know why. I mean, let's just make them block with the Chromai. Like, normally I'm all about taking their resources if I can, but I mean, like, I guess it really depends on what they arsenaled here. Like, if they arsenaled a good, like another, like one of these, like if they arsenaled an Ember Moss Empire or something, then they can attack us. Also, how many sigils have they played? Really only played 1 sigil? I thought they played 2 for some reason. I thought they played 1 earlier in the game. They haven't banished any. We haven't seen a burn them all yet. At least that I can remember anyway. They might have pitched one and I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, so with triple blues here in our hand, this is great because we're just gonna pistol them for 12 and throw the dive through data here. Like, triple blues allows us to throw the pistol every time we want to and have 2 items loaded, I think. Right? 1 more. Yeah, 2 more, but we're actually going to throw the dive through data here. So throwing the dive through data is going to it's actually going to mess with having 2 items loaded. We're going to come in for 8 and see what they do. Because like these like all blue hands are the hands that we want to see when we're like setting up this like late game pistol style play where we're just gonna like try and grind you out with the pistol. And then they gave us Furnace there. I mean, they've not really used Furnace this game. There's like quite a few blues in their list, it appears, so I can't say I'm super surprised to see it, but so we're gonna load the pistol. We're going to load the Purifier. We're going to come in for 4 on hit. Opt 1. They're almost to the point to where they're going to have to block. And then at some point, we'll have the accelerator to be able to finish them off. If we even need to get to that point. 2 purifiers and 2 chambers is like typically enough to close the game out. But sometimes you just want that extra reinforcement, like that extra like juice to put you over the top. I mean, they're keeping their last 2 cards. Let's bottom it and just try to get to our poppers faster, I suppose. And then let's come in for 4. This technically requires a card from their hand. They have to give us a card here, or they have to have a sigil. Either way, they're giving us a card, if you will. So they go to 3 here. They have 1 card and 1 in arsenal. And kind of feels like the game is like a little over at this point. Now, obviously, they could probably still swing this around if something like crazy happens. I don't know what a game is going to look like for that to happen. So let's see here. This is the problem with only having 19 blues in your list, is that you like kind of run out of resources a little bit. So if we arsenal the data link, we can arsenal the data link here, I think, is probably the correct situation. And then we can pistol for 3 twice, throw dive through data, no boost, and then arsenal the data link, and then try to set up. So we're going to get 3 cards out of their hand, maybe 4. Or I guess instead of arsenaling the data link, I could just use the pistol for 4. Yeah, I guess if I really wanted to, I could pistol for 4 3 times and still throw the data link, so I could make this a 15-point turn if I wanted to. So this is a sigil or a sink below or a fate foreseen. Okay. I was like, I know that, Dromai plays a lot of defense reactions, but like defense reactions are good if all I'm doing is like trying to run you over, but like at this point in the game with this kind of setup, like it's like the defense reactions are not going to save you. It's actually a very common thing that you see a lot of Bravo play. Like, let me rephrase that. A lot of inexperienced Bravo players will make this mistake when they play into Dash. They will actually bring in their Fate Foreseens and their Sink Belows because they're afraid of like Dash, like kind of just like putting too much pressure on them. Which is something that can happen. They bring in Sinks and Fates because they're worried about Dash like just bullying them and kind of running them over. The problem with that game plan is that when you bring in your Sinks and your Fates, you're diluting your deck so much that you'll never be able to race me enough. Now, if you play against an experienced Bravo player, they won't make that decision just because they know that they have to have a super high aggro deck to be able to outrun you. So let's sink a maximum velocity here. I was like, find a popper. I was really hoping for a blue there, if I'm being honest. Trying to think if we can kill him this turn. How many sigils have they played? We determined they've only played 1, so there's 2 more in their deck somewhere. I mean, Data Link into Big Bertha. That'll get 3 cards out of their hand. Plus, if I counted right on my pitch stack, the Big Bertha was the first card of my pitch stack. That Teklo core was one of the first cards that it was the second card that I pitched, so the next card that's coming up is a red popper of some variety, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. Okay, so they did have the sigil there, and then we'll throw Big Bertha. No, we won't boost. Big Bertha being a 3 for 6 is like not really that appealing, but it's a go again card that can that pops, so that's why I like it. Okay, so they go to 1, and then they're gonna throw whatever they just tried to block with me, burn away. So it's gonna be going to be a 0 for 4. Okay, so apparently I didn't count correctly, which, I mean, is a possibility. Like, it's not like it's like, you know, so. This has 0 on hit effect. This is just a 0 for 2 with Go Again, or 0 for 4, because they banished the Phoenix Flame. So I'm just going to go to 5 here. My hand's pretty good. So my hand is pretty good. So I guess I pitched them in a different order. I went Popper, and then Blues. So I just actually miscounted. I have exactly the amount of resources to pistol 3 times and throw both of my 1-cost attacks. So pistol requires 4, 5, 6, 7. So you have to have 7 resources, and then 8, 9 off of triple blue means I'm going to be able to, yeah, that's not going to save you at this point. So my opponent takes 1, goes to 3. We're going to load the pistol. We're going to come in for 4. Our opponent's going to block for 3, go to 2. I'm going to load the pistol. Zipper hit 4, 5 with Go Again. And then my opponent's just going to let it all happen there. So we threatened a total of 117 damage over a 15-turn game. So, I mean, not a bad game. I'm going to be honest, I don't think we win that game if we're playing against like a regular Dromai list and a different Dromai pilot. Like, no shade against my opponent or anything. Like, it just, you know, like their list was a little wonky. So I don't like think it was a very accurate representation of what that matchup feels like, personally. This deck's feeling a lot better tonight than it did on Tuesday when we played, and I don't know if it's because, so, like, the real changes that I made to the list are here. Hang on just a second. Let's pull this up here and look at it for just a second. So this is the list that I'm playing right now. And if you want a quicker copy of it, you can hit !deck and find it. It's also in the video description on YouTube, so it'll be there. I was playing 2 big shots in the main deck. So like this is the same 60 card list that I was running. I had 2 big shots in the main deck as kind of as like a turn finisher, but I decided to put 2 throttles in instead. I think throttles play better into the concept of like we're playing aggro, we're boosting, we're trying to play offense. And it only costs 2 resources. So you have an opportunity if you draw maximum velocity and this in the same hand to actually play it. As to where if you draw a big shot at maximum velocity, it's no longer possible to play maximum velocity. So I just added these to the sideboard because we had throttles on the board as Go Again cards and poppers. So it's kind of where we're at. One of the things that I had considered that I'm still kind of thinking about, if I'm being honest, is cutting the 2 red throttles and then cutting a Sprocket Rocket and playing 3 high octanes. So like high octane is like pretty good against the fatigue strategy. And it's like, it's a really good card in general. That gives you multiple action points. And against Dromai, like you can use the high octane to like, you know, have a 25, like, you know, 30 point turn with like, have a 25, 30 point turn with like just the weapon. Or like, you can use high octane to have a really dumb turn, is what I'm trying to say. But my brain's having a stroke. So the only thing that, like, if we were going to play high octane in the deck, I'd cut Plasma Barrel Shot, which means I'd also have to go up on blues if I was going to do that. So probably what I'd do, honestly, is I'd cut Combustible Courier. I'd cut red Combustible Courier for high octanes. And then I would cut 2 red throttles for 2 Teclo Pounders. So I'd be on 22 or 21 blues. which is a more like round dash number. So I'd be on 21 blues and high octanes instead of what I'm on currently. So something that I'm kind of like playing with and like, you know, like tossing around in my head to see if it's worth it. If you guys have any thoughts or anything, please let me know. I'm very, very interested to hear. Let's say looking for aggro decks. I want to play against aggro decks because I want to see if I can race these decks. But I mean, if you guys have any thoughts or like, you know, anything, like, please, you know, let me know in the chat. I'd love to hear any. Like, I'm open to all opinions at this point, because if I can't figure something out like that, like really like talks to me by the time ProQuest season rolls around, like it's probably just going to be the sad world that I'm living in, where I'm just going to end up playing like Control Dash or something. Like, and like, I don't hate Control Dash. Like, Control Dash is a cool deck, and I like the concept of like playing that like slower controlling style of game plan. The problem is you just can't beat the ninjas. Like, so one of my friends, his name's Alexander. He has like, I would say like 100 games on the Control Dash deck, probably, if I had to guess. Like, probably somewhere in that ballpark. And I know 100 doesn't sound like a lot when you think about it at first, but I want you to think about 100 games. Like tonight, I've been playing for the last 2 hours and I played 5 games. So if it takes me, you know, 2 hours to play 5 games, I mean, to get to 100, you know, I mean, like what? It's, God, I'm like really having a stroke right now with math. I'm going to focus on the game here. So I'm going to go second because I think that's like the play here. And we're going to start with Teklo Core. We're just going to play our cards the way that they are. Going second, you always want to start with Teklo Core. This hand's really good. Probably keep the maximum velocity here. So, I mean, you know, if it takes you 2 hours to play 5 games, I mean, means you got to play for a long time to get to 100 games. So, I mean, like Alexander, like, even when I wasn't sideboarding Fi to like play into a fatigue style game plan and like play a longer game, I was playing Furnace into him. I wasn't playing Tunic. Like, I was literally just like playing the cards like as they came up and pitching some reds here and there to pitch stack, and I was still able to win those games. So like, I think it's just too hard to consistently beat. I think it's just too hard to consistently beat to beat Ninja on uncontrolled dash. And honestly, because of that, I might just end up playing Fi this ProQuest season. Like, I've got like Fi's in like a like, it's definitely not favored into Lexi or anything, but it's like got a decent Lexi matchup. So I might consider just playing Fi. I mean, I've done a lot of testing on Fi to like see how I felt about it, and I do like Kodachi Fi, so I might just be doing that. We're just gonna activate Heart and come in for 12. I mean, so 12 and 5 is 17, and 4 is 21. So this is 25 points. So our opponent is we're now up 24 points on our opponent. That was a pretty good turn. Probably one of the best turns I've ever had, honestly. I'm just going to block super efficiently here and wait for like a bigger turn to come up that like really matters, in my opinion. So we'll block 5 here. If they have Ancestral, they can push this over the top if they want, but I'm just going to block 5. I'm going to take 4. This doesn't seem that scary to me. That could be a mistake on my part, but that doesn't seem that scary to me. Oh, so they do Katsu there. Interesting. I didn't picture them Katsuing there. I kind of would have thought that they would have just arsenaled their last card, but so I can block with Combustible Courier this turn, go boost, expedite into Barrel Shot. I'm going to block one here. And then I'm actually not going to sink anything because my hand is 5, 8, 11. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's 16 points. And my opponent, again, will probably Arsenal here if I had to guess. Like, I don't know what they could have that they would consider throwing at me at this point that's better than them arsenaling a card here. I don't know. Like, boost. T-bone and high-speed impact. Okay, Flick Flack is pretty good. Well, they're not really going to get a lot of value out of Flick Flack here unless they wait for the barrel shot. And if they do, like, I would be pretty surprised if they did here. I guess they just decided to let that happen. They said, all right, if you can expedite something cool, then you can expedite something cool. Which, I mean, respect, you know. So my opponent goes to 8. We're going to barrel shot for 5. And then they're going to block all of this with a card, I imagine. I was like, they'll give us the old blue 5 block here, which is pretty good. I'm just going to take the Kodachis and go to 27. And then this is for 2. So I mean, I guess this could be Razor. I mean, I guess you could do that if you wanted to draw a card, but I probably would have just arsenaled the I probably would have just arsenaled the ancestral empowerment there, honestly. I mean, we're at 27 and they're at 8. I was like, they have to be a little... They can't go too low, or we'll just say no blocks one turn. Like, we're just continuously taking the Kodachis here. We go to 25 off the Kodachis. And then Be Like Water for 4. Like... So... I don't... Like, I think I'd rather just, like, stare at them and see if they actually have it or not. Let's block 3 here. We'll just keep our high life total. I mean, okay. I guess they wanted to use that to go, like, get a bonds and, like, do some stuff this turn. Okay, so they don't have a Surging Strike, so this is just a 0 for 4 here. I mean, I guess it's 0 for 4 on hit mask. Okay, so this hand's pretty good. Like, I can go high speed impact, dive through data into activate heart to load barrel shot, and I can block with a 3 block in my hand. The problem with just letting Katsu have cards is, like... The problem with letting Katsu have cards is, like, they can just, like, they can do so many things and punish you so quickly. So I think we're just supposed to block Mask. Always a 0 for 4 against Dash. Yeah, no, I mean, it is always a 0 for 4, but I was more worried about them having an arsenal with the Mask trigger there, so... We're just going to take one, and we'll see what they Katsu for here. Okay, they did Katsu. They get 100 wins. Yeah, I'll take 3 here. Like... So, good we didn't block, huh? I mean... Like... I think I'm just going to go to 12 and give them an arsenal here. Because my hand is like... They definitely should have masked first. Like, my hand's pretty good. So... Let's go high-speed impact here. We have now lost our life lead that we had. I mean, to be fair, I used our life lead to, like, play this tempo, slow, grindy game. Like, I don't really feel like I ever had a turn that was totally worth me just saying, like, yeah, like, I'll just, you know, like, say whatever and just live on the edge here. Like, I don't really feel like I ever had a hand that was worth saying that. I mean, dive through data, having an on-hit effect here with Dominate, like, might be one of the only relevant times that Dominate has actually mattered in the Dash deck. I have to say... Like, I know that, like, it's good here, but, like, I was playing against Lexi one time, before Lexi was really cool, and, like, before she got all of her new cards, and when I was, I actually went high-speed impact into Combustible Courier when they didn't have anything to block with, and it was really good. I mean... I have to block 6 here. Like, I think I just have to block 6. Go to 9, attack them for 3, and then play Teclocore. Like, this is just 3 damage. Man, this has been an interesting game. I mean, if their hand's really good, they can just go to 2 here. They're going to give me a 3 block. All right, we're going to try to set it up here and try to make it happen. Well, that ain't it. Chief called. I mean... My gut right now tells me we're going to lose this game. Like, there wasn't really a hand that was worth not blocking. Because, like, if you let Katsu hit you, they can just do, like, 40 damage out of nowhere. Because ninjas are dumb. I mean, ninjas are really good, but ninjas are dumb. Dumb. So... I mean, I might as well block 3, right? Like, there's no reason for me not to here. Like, if they have the empowerment, they have the empowerment. Like, nothing I can do about it. But I have to block 3 because I'm not doing anything else with that hand. Also just going to block with the maximum velocity and then try to throw 9. Throw 9, use accelerator to load the barrel shot again. I mean, I guess, or it's block 6. Block 6. Come in for 5. I mean, I guess I could keep Sprocket Rocket because there's technically potential upside. I mean, like there's one Teklo-Core in the deck that I might have pitched at some point, so I doubt it's next. But if it is next, I'll regret this decision. I mean, they don't have to give me a card here, but they have to give me a card on the barrel shot, or they're going to have to give me Mask. And I mean, at this point, they should just give Mask when they can, because Mask's not going to hit. That's a really good card. Let's leave that on top. Let's come in for 2 here. One time on stream, I was sitting at 28 with Lumina combo, and Katsu dealt 30 plus, making me lose combo. Dude, that's so sad. That is like sad days are sad right there. Like, see, and like right here, my Katsu opponent like has all 5 cards in their hand, which is terrifying. So I'm taking the Kodachis regardless here, and then from there we have 2 options that we can consider. Like, we're not keeping our cards here. We're gonna keep like 2 cards max. So if we block with Twin Drive and T-Bone here, what is there? 1 empowerment left. 1. No, there's 0 empowerments left. So I can choose to keep Zipper Hit and Harpoon here. And if I do, well, I guess now I'm not. So I'm just going to go Twin Drive, get 2 cards out of your hand, come in for 3, get a card out of your hand. So block 6. I mean, I could let them have this and like pray that it doesn't bite me, but I think it will. Dude, no way. Are you kidding me? Wow. That is so unfortunate. Their turn was like literally just enough to get every single card out of my hand. So even if I let the Surging Strike through, they were still going to do that to me. Oh, that cost me the game, especially considering I have a no block in my hand. Yeah, there's no way out now. I mean, we'll block 5, we'll block 6 here like we should. Take 1. Like, just literally nothing we could do. Ten turns long, and we had an AVPT of 13.4, and we lost. Like, that's one of those frustrating games to lose. At least for me, it is personally, because it's one of those games that I feel like I shouldn't have lost. Like, how do you start out by going, like, you go second, your opponent deals 1 to you, and then you have a 24-point turn to start the game with, and you end up losing? Like, I don't know. I don't know. That one, like, I'm gonna have to go back and watch that game or something because, like, I mean, I tell everybody when you play Flesh and Blood, if you're losing, is a 90% chance it's your own fault because you're making mistakes. But like sitting here looking back on the turns, like we went up a ton, we blocked efficiently, we took our turns when we tried, like when we had, like when we could, we took the value that we could over the course of the game, and we just lost. Man, I needed their last card. I needed their last card to be like not E-Strike. Oh man, God, that's one I'm going to talk about for a while. That's a hard one to swallow, dude. That's a hard one to swallow. All right, I'm going first. So we just beat Azalea twice going first. So, and every time I've ever played Azalea and went second, I've lost. So I'm curious to know if me going first is like maybe like the secret to the matchup or something. I don't know. We're gonna pitch to load barrel shot and pass, and I'm gonna arsenal the 0 to 60 here. Now I can just actively block for 3, like, and it's not gonna like hamper my turn in any way. Yeah, so I mean we take 8, and then it's 5, 8, 11, 15, 20. So yeah, we take 7. I'm sorry, we take 9. Like again, anything that our opponent, like anything our Azalea opponent is doing that's not red in the ledger, we don't care about. It just it's so irrelevant to us. So I guess we're gonna bottom that. Like we want to draw that, but I'm not just gonna like end my turn to hope to draw that, like to set that up and draw it, because like if they have a red in the ledger, like we just wasted an entire turn cycle, and now we've lost complete tempo, and we have like nearly no way to get it back. Yeah, I don't care to leave that on top. That's one I'm okay boosting away. Like, in any blue card, I'll almost assuredly leave on top a lot of times just to boost it away. Our opponent must have a pretty good hand if they're not blocking at all. Like, we're going to go to 31, so we now have an 11-point life lead. Like, I'm just assuming their hand is really good. I mean, depending on what we end up having to block with here, our hand is pitch T-bone, load barrel shot, play dive through data, boosting, play Teclocore. Now it looks like our hand is play Teclocore, which is like perfectly fine. Like, I don't mind to have like they had like Azalea will do this to you. Like we played 2 games and like they never hit us with 1, so I'm kind of surprised. I'm really surprised that they use bracers of belief there. That seems, I don't know, that doesn't seem like they couldn't opt her to the top or the bottom. It didn't matter what it actually was there. So we'll play Teclocore and we'll arsenal dive through data, and then our 2 resources go here. Like, we could crown this away to try and find a 0 cost or another blue to have barrel shot. Although this Lathe with frailty is probably about to hurt. Like, it's gonna like hurt our chances of being able to do anything with barrel shot, really. And if they come in for 7 here, like, I mean, I could throw combustible courier and 2 pieces of equipment to try and stop their go again shenanigans here. The only problem is that if they have codex and they have red in the ledger, then I'm like really up a creek. So I think I have to take 7 and go to 14. Oh, man. Surprised if I'll be able to move tomorrow. After popping my back like that, good lord. Yeah, the frailty's fine. We'll just, like, depending on what they do. I mean, so block with crown, put this on the bottom. Yeah, so right now our resources are going to the combustible courier. Yeah, so I mean it's that or like we take 8 and then we're really taking 10 going to 4. But we do have a very explosive turn. I mean, this is for 8 and it would require 2 cards from their hand and 2 equipment pieces here unless they're on like the sink below play. Hey, sub 623. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. I mean, I guess we could just look for this. I think this card also keeps us safe from the potential of, because 1, 2, 3. I mean, this card also keeps us safe from codex. Like if we crown and they snap codex here, it's terrible. Yeah, like they're literally about to throw 3 arrows at us. Like, and one of them's going to be a freaking codex of frailty. That or they have a knock. Yeah, I mean, this is actually terrible. So, Searing Shot has to be blocked. So I guess now we'll put the dive through data. Yeah, like it's just literally just a different card to Arsenal is all it is. So activate Goliath Gauntlet. Combustible Courier for 8. This is a very very good tempo swing for us. Because I mean, if they want to block this out, this requires minimum 2 cards from them. Even if those 2 cards are sink below here. And then we have another combustible courier to follow it up with. So if they let the first combustible courier hit, they're really putting themselves in a situation where the second one is just like even more. And then we'll boost the second one coming in for 4. And then, yep, we'll come in. We got a boost to get the value here, so I guess we could have activated Heart if we wanted to throw all of it, but I don't really know that that's where I wanted to be. So I'm just going to pass here. Hope that their turn is just like not actually just insane. Block the throttle. Okay, or they just... Okay. I mean, yeah, like... Jesus. I mean, yeah, like block 10, use what we have, and then Techlo Core resources will come in for 8. Because it's what we can do. I mean, block 10 and attack for 8 is a very, or I guess like block 9, attack for 8 is a very like, it's a very good turn cycle, but actually, is it correct to force them to give me cards here? Yeah. It like 100% is. Because this is for 5, and then this is for 6. So it's 100% correct here. Abby? I, like... Why not threaten lethal? Because I wasn't thinking about it. Like, I just glossed over it there. So definitely, like, this was definitely the correct play because we get to come in for 5 here, and then we get to throw, like, our opponent goes to 4. They have the knowledge of knowing that we have the throttle, and then we're just going to come in for 6. So they have to give us at least 1 card here. And then if they can still dominate here, then they can. And if they can dominate something big enough, then we're just going to die. There's not much I can do about it. We didn't get blown out by any of their codexes, so I feel like I played around that part of the game correctly, but if they just, like, if they don't dominate and we're forced to give 3 cards here, I mean, so I can't take 1 because then I'm literally just dead because I don't have the option to block with 2 cards. So, but I can block 6 here, cover this up. And then when they come in for 6 right here, this is 6 dominate. I'm going to take 3 and go to 1. And then I have to hope that that's not a 0-cost arrow they can throw at me. It's not. So we throw this, take 2 cards from their hand. And when we take 2 cards from their hand, they have 3 cards to work with. Which, I mean, like, it's not like that's, like, nothing. Like, they can do some stuff with 3 cards here. I mean, being able to keep 2 cards here would be pretty good because I could get 3 cards out of their next hand. But we're also just 1 turn away from them being able to dominate an arrow with a buff where we're just dead. Like, gosh, I really hope that you don't have an arrow and you just got so greedy. So this is for 5. And they have to pitch a card to play this. So we block 6. We play Data Link, make them give us a card. We throw 0 to 60, make them give us 2 cards, and then the only physical playable card that they have in their deck from this point that they can actually throw at us is Codex of Frailty. And we've only seen 2. I'm honestly not sure if they've pitched 1. I haven't really been, like, honing in that much on the game. It's not, thank God. Pitch Teclocore to load. Give me a card. Or actually give me 2 cards here. Unless they have all 3 blocks, that was just incorrect. So they have all 3 blocks. And then give me a card. Arsenal this and pray. Wow. Okay, so let's think about this. Let's make sure we're making the best play here. I mean, that's fine, but you still can't throw it. All right, so this hand is not great. We have to make sure that we make the best play here to keep all of our tempo. We're also at 16 cards, which means we really need to, like, stay focused here. Every single card in our hand gets a card out. So pitch T-Bone to load. Dive Through Data gets a card, Harpoon gets a card, Pitching Maximum Velocity, and then Barrel Shot gets their last card. So we're just kind of hanging on at this point to like find a hand that works with our maximum velocity. Or we're trying to find a hand that has 2 breakpoints. Because if we have a hand that has 2 breakpoints in it, and we can throw the Barrel Shot, they literally cannot get out of the game. There's nothing they can do about it at that point in the game, because I don't think our opponent's on Sink Below play-ins here. If they were, I would be blown away. Okay. And then give me your last card. And now they're just going to Azalea, hoping to find a 0-cost arrow from here. Like, that's really all they're hoping for at this point, I think. And I think we found our hand. Right? So boost, pitching Zipper Hit, play Harpoon, boosting, activate Heart with Twin Drive. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards, and then throw maximum velocity and win the game. Okay, so I'm now 3-0 into Azalea going first instead of second. I have a much higher losing rate when I go second for some reason, which is weird to think about, but I like at a certain point results do speak. So and then throw Max V for like Omega Lethal. Blah, 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 blah. All right, with only 7 cards left in our deck. I mean, we ended up crossing the finish line. 14.44. We dealt 20 damage on. Yeah, we had a big turn early. 11, 10 on the last one. Which, I mean, we only needed 1 point to cross the line. So I guess the difference between 1 and 10 is irrelevant. They also had 2 blocks in their hand that time. So I'm gonna keep typing in looking for aggro decks, because like I want people to bring their aggro decks to the table. 5-2 tonight. I can't remember. I think last Tuesday when I played this version of Dash, I think I went 4-5. I think is what I did. I have to go back and look. I can't remember. But much better record tonight, 5-2. Like one of those games I don't really count because of the Dromai game. My opponent was kind of playing like a non-real deck. Your opponent is Solana. All right. Well, we played the Dash Mirror in the first round of our games tonight. And we made the mistake of not bringing in Spark of Genius. So I decided in that moment that we should bring in Spark of Genius. And I can't remember if I ended up playing 67 cards. I don't think I did. Maybe I did. I can't remember. I do think I want to cut some cards here to like try and play more into the idea of drawing my items earlier in the game. It was a pretty heavy control dash list that we played against early on. So let's see here. Let's find one more. We'll cut the Sprocket Rocket. And we'll play 61 cards here. We'll start with the Chamber. Our opponent also starts with the Chamber, and they're on Galvanic Bender. So bringing in the Spark of Genius is already benefiting us. And then we're going to Arsenal the Data Link here. I got to be careful about how much I'm actually going to boost, because at a certain point, I'll get myself in trouble with boosting items, and we're not playing extra items, so that would be pretty bad. Pretty bad news bears scenario for me. What was the not real Dromai? So it was Redline Dromai, but they were playing like Promise of Plenty and they were on like Burn Away and like Lava Burst. Like it was like they were trying to play Fi and it was like they were trying to play Fi and Fi and Dromai all on the same list. It was pretty weird. Like it wasn't your standard like standard stuff. Okay, so they're also on some form of pivot dash here. I think the Galvanic Bender probably favors them over the course of the game, if I had to guess, but I'm not sure. They also have more cards in their deck than me, which is kind of neat. I mean, I guess I searched a card out of my deck, so I pulled an extra card out, and then there's 2 cards here where they have none. So we're just now doing our first set of attacks here. So, but it beat you? No, I beat it. I was saying like I won that game, but I probably wouldn't have won had they been on like a real Dromai list. Like they probably would have beaten me. Twin Drive is like notorious for getting stuck on the screen like that, and like hovering over another card won't fix that problem. Using Goliath Gauntlet to just like get in there like for an extra 2 points, I think is just like I want to be throwing my bigger attacks early when I can. Any amount of damage that I can push is beneficial for me. And then we're finding another item here, which is pretty good. If our opponent was able to keep a blue, they're going to come in with the pistol twice for 3. I'm going to block 1, attack them. We're going to block 1. We're going to attack them. Good Lord, I got a hair in my mouth. 5 and 2, so many egos. Yeah, dude, tonight's been a lot better than the last couple of nights I've been going. And like from like listening to the chat and like you guys pointing things out, like it's clearly not because I'm just playing better. So like, and I don't mean that like as a shot at myself. Like I just like I'm not like there's been like a couple times the chat's really helped me out and been like, you know, you could have done this, and I'm like, yeah, I could have done that. That was definitely correct. You are correct there. So it's just I don't know. Like think maybe we're just getting a little bit luckier tonight. Did you guys know you can get eye contact for God, get out of here? Listen, Alexander's in here, so be careful what you're saying over there. Take my money. Oh, that's sick, but it's hilarious. Oh, man. So now that we've set up our second chamber, we're like really going to start trying to keep multiple blues in our hand every turn. So that we can start like trying to push the tempo here. But a hand job for $4.99. The choice is easy. Big support aggro blaze. Jesus, Kyle, you're gonna get me banned. So I guess I still have Crown to bail me out if they're on like some weird Command and Conquer trip. I'm trying to think. I mean, I can pistol for 9 here with 3 blues. Like, what do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I think if I keep my Twin Drive, I can actually pistol twice here. I'm going to count real quick to make sure, because I need 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so I can actually pistol twice, reload the pistol, and then Twin Drive here, which is pretty good. I don't understand this, Noah, buddy. It's a card game, dude. And you're not a big nerd like your brother, so... I mean, if you want to learn, I'd be happy to teach you how to play, buddy, but I appreciate you hanging out in the channel. It means a lot. It means a lot. I'm excited to see you tomorrow. So this is pretty species spicy. Oh, they're boosting. So now the question that we have to ask ourselves is, me attacking for 5 worth going to 33 and letting them keep a card? I'd actually be going to 30. I think when we start making these decisions, we start losing the game. What's up, buddy? How's my baby boo doing? I don't know, Zach. How are you doing? I know I can almost drive. Dude, I know. Are you excited? I'm excited for you to be able to drive, man. That's exciting stuff. Not that you'll like drive me around or anything, but did I remember how excited I was when I started driving? I was so excited to start driving, dude. I was so excited to start driving. Yes, that's awesome. I get to scare mom. I mean, upsides, right? You gotta look at the positives, I suppose. Is it a young Phillips? Yes, this is my younger brother Noah. He is about to turn 16. We're actually celebrating his birthday tomorrow, although his actual birthday, let's see, the 11th is next Wednesday. So yeah, we're actually celebrating tomorrow, but his birthday's not till next Wednesday. And you played your music so dang loud it made mom mad? Dude, mom hated my stereo. Mom hated my stereo, dude. I love that thing so much, though. That thing was awesome. That thing was so much fun. So now this is just like the miserable war of pistoling each other back and forth. God, I'm old. Kyle, I feel you there, dude. I feel that, boss. Oh my God, what was living with Zach? Was he a bully? Oh, dude, get out of here. Was I so mean? Good Lord. I picked on Noah just like any older brother would have. Okay? Like I wasn't a bully, but I definitely I picked on Noah like any good older brother would have. Let's block here. I don't know why they didn't activate the chamber or why they didn't activate Purifier there. It's probably a resource management thing. I play cards with him if he's never mentioned me. I don't know if you've ever, like, I don't talk about cards much around when I'm with my family just because, like, they don't really understand it. Buddy, people born in the year 2000 graduated college already. Oh my gosh. Did I guess that's like the people born in the year 2000 are 23 this year. That's crazy. I'm an older brother. I get it. I'm 2004. Zach was a bigger bully to me than he was to Noah. I mean, yeah, honestly though, that's an accurate statement. I feel like. Me and Kyle picked on each other way more than I ever did any of my siblings. Noah, you should learn Fab. Dude, I would love for Noah to play cards with us. Oh, bye, Noah. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. I appreciate you coming by. I think I'm gonna, like, live on the edge here and go boost to boosty one time. Like, I don't know if it's correct, but I think boosting every now and again is pretty good. Like, for, like, this style of... Whoa. For this style of game. I definitely clicked on the chamber there, so I don't know what happened. But... yeah, so I think, like boosting every now and again is, like, definitely, like... so I'm taking a little bit of risk that I'm banishing one of my, like, items here, but I do think it is good for me to boost and try to put pressure on, because my opponent wants to keep their hand here, which means it's probably some kind of, like, setup piece. So I'd really like to try and push the tempo here if I can, and just hope I don't boost an item away. LMAO when we were little, that is? Yeah, that's true. We are all the biggest bullies to Blake. Zach, can I grab the next game? No, I'm his next game? Yeah, dude, let's play the next game. That sounds good, man. And I mean, yeah, we all bully Blake because, I mean, like, dude, like, you know, at a certain point, I've stopped feeling bad about, like, when we're all, like, just like, Blake, shut up, because, like, he brings it all on himself. Like, I know I sound like such a dick when I say stuff like that, but God, it's so accurate. I think this is going to be Crown of Providence. This is going to be their big turn, so I want to get an extra card here to block with. I want to put the data link on the bottom to find an extra card to block with here. That way I have 6 more points of block this turn. I'm going to block with the high-speed impact and the T-bone, and then I'm actually just going to like load the pistol and throw my purifier out. Oh God, don't let this be another harpoon. If they have another harpoon, that would be bad. Okay, so they fixed the harpoon glitch. Okay, cool. I'm glad they fixed it. Like, I'm glad that they fixed that. What? I think Blake likes the degradation. I mean, honestly, yeah, probably. Like I think Blake is like one of those people that like, and I've said this to him before, so I don't want anybody to think that who is watching this stream that I wouldn't say it to his face, that like Blake is like the prime example of like any attention is better than no attention. Like, I just think that's how Blake sees life. The one bad thing that could happen to me here is that they have a harpoon. If they have a harpoon, then I was like, they take my blue, and then I'm forced to have item and red card, which is pretty bad for me. I'm not gonna block this. Like, I don't know what my opponent's up to here, but I am gonna shower. Okay, well, thanks for hanging out, man. I appreciate you lurking, brother. Send me a fatigue. Send me a fatigue dash list that has 15 no blocks. I had no words. That's hilarious. I honestly kind of wonder, I don't know what T's name is on Talishar, but part of me's like, oh, I wonder if like Solana is T. Take 7, go to 24. So the funny part is now I'm free to boost, like, anytime I want to. Now the rest of the game is like, just, can I kill my opponent? I probably need to set up a big maximum velocity turn of my own. Like, is probably what needs to happen if I'm going to win this game. If you play against a Wacky Dash and the name sounds like it was made by an 8-year-old that eats crayons, it's probably him. Oh, that's funny. So, my turn. Like, I'm taking the first one here regardless, because my turn is pistol twice and then expedite twice, so I get to come in for 14 here. I get to have a 14-point turn, and then I'm going to try to like block it out until I get to maximum velocity. Ben using the throwback commands. You love to see it. And puts a Teklo Pounder into play, okay? So my opponent took a turn to try, like, took a turn off to, like, try and set up. So I'm definitely going to, like, try and use that to my advantage here. So let's come in for 4, and then we'll give go again. The one big difference between me and my opponent here is that although our cards are roughly the same, my opponent does have way more equipment block than I do. So if they're trying to set up another big turn, they can definitely do that. My opponent goes to 18. Let's go expedite. Did they put a card on the bottom? I imagine they did. It doesn't say anything, so I don't know. I can never tell. Let's see if they respect this one as well. If they give me another card here and then their turn isn't very good and I can actually throw the maximum velocity at them, that'll end the game, I'm pretty sure. Like, I think that'll put me far enough ahead to let me win the game. So this does not do it. I mean, 6, 11, 15. This is a pretty good hand. I'm pretty inclined to take 6 here and see what the rest of their hand looks like. Underloop's very good in the mirror. A 1 for 4 that just like gets built back into your deck in the mirror is like really solid. I imagine this is going to be load an item and then shoot me for 2. And then I'm just going to throw my 15-point hand at my opponent and just like get all the cards of their hand and then hopefully have our maximum velocity. Like, our opponents played the game in like a very mannered way, like very patient, like our opponents played the game like very well, in my opinion. It's just like, I think I drew my items earlier. So okay, so our opponent blocks 6 here. I'm going to come in for 5. I don't care to boost a little bit here in the middle of the game because I have my finisher item set up. So having my finisher item set up basically just lets me know that I can like pretty safely play offense here and then just like try to play pistol game the longer the game goes on. And then I'm not going to boost here. There's no reason to boost. Is this really another hand where I can't do it all? It's kind of sad. So I took a chance that I was going to set up maximum velocity, and somehow, miraculously, in a deck that is literally built to only play maximum velocity, I have found 2 turns where I can't. I mean, I'm going to take a chance. I'm going to take another chance here. Like, I'm going to live on the edge a little bit, because if my opponent decides to pistol me, so I can actually go to 1 here. Yeah. So my opponent's gonna pistol me twice here. I'm gonna go to 4. And then I'm gonna go to 1. And I'm going to go to 1 because I'm going to give my Teklo Foundry Heart here as a block. And I'm going to take a chance that I can kill him right here. Maybe not kill them because they are at 8 and they do have 3 points of equipment block left, but it's going to be a lot of damage. So we're going to go Data Link for 3. There are 70-person armories in the Philippines? Dude, that's crazy. That's like actually insane. Okay, so I guess leaving that on top doesn't really matter, does it? Because we're going to spark for 0 and hope it works out. I swear. I guess we're just gonna do what we can here. It's pretty sad. Just kind of feels like I play like, oh my god, are you freaking kidding me? And I banished 2 blues. And a third. A big armory before their Nats? I mean, that doesn't sound that crazy. Like, honestly, like, I feel like there's kind of no words for the fact that, like, you know, it was one thing if I wasn't going to, like, draw the blue, but to draw maximum velocity was Salt in the Wound, and then to banish 3 straight blues. Like, yeah, get rickrolled, honestly, though. Like, I mean, it's like literally just getting beat by, like losing to variance. A deck that is literally designed to do one thing: play this freaking card. And I sit on it for 2 turns. I sit on it for 3 turns, actually. And then on the 3rd turn, say, YOLO, I'm just going to go for it and hope it pans out. Like, even a red here gets a card out of my hand. You know what it was? It was all that card disadvantage. Yeah, it was all the card disadvantage. And he had a chamber in his hand. Oh my god. So we would have won the game. Jesus. Jesus. I mean, we're actually just dead now. Because our opponent's going to come in, I'm going to block, and then they're going to use their accelerator to... They're going to use their accelerator to gain an action point and pistol me one more time, and I'm going to die. I don't understand at all. Well, block, and then our opponent snaps, as it was, and then pistols me, and I lose. So yeah, man. Now that one, I am 100% gonna chalk that one up to bad variance right there. Like I should have won that game. Like, and I can go back and watch that game later 20 times, and it's not gonna matter. I should have won that game. I played to my outs, I played to win, and then I got punished 3 turns in a row by not drawing. Just God. Now, why would you tell your opponent they miss lethal who taught you how to win? Dude, my opponent was dead, and I didn't feel like dragging that game out any further than I had to, so I would have much rather have just ended the game right there. Like, that game was already like a freaking tilt-a-whirl. Like, I am tilted into freaking oblivion after that game. Like, first the Katsu game, like, which I look at and I'm like, you know what? Maybe I misplayed. Maybe I made some mistakes. That one, no. Like, no. I set up the items early. Like, no, that just sucks. Like, sometimes you just lose, and I'm not gonna lie, right now it just freaking sucks. All right. Do you want to be in Discord, Alexander, or do you just want to play? No, I'm giving you the hard time. You did the right thing. No, I know, man. I know, buddy. Do you wanna be in Discord, or do you just want me to make a game with your name on it? I don't know if you're in a place where you can Discord or not. Discord it is. Alexander. Make this a private game, and then we'll send Alexander. Are you excited for the Living Legend format? Honestly, yeah. I kept all of my Oldhim stuff because I knew that most of my Oldhim stuff just goes straight into Starvo. So I'm pretty excited about LL format. I think it's going to be fun. Are you excited about it, Aiden? Are you getting hyped to play LL format? Because I think it's going to be fun.
Forgot that you never got to play Starvo.
Yeah, I never played Starvo. I only played Prism during that format, so I only know what it was like to play against to play Prism into Starvo.
Whoa.
So you're really quiet for some reason. Have your volume turned down, which means at one point you were loud. So, oh, it's funny. Nothing like going back to Everfest meta. I mean, dude, like that's when I started playing, man. That's what I'm talking about. I think we just want to go second.
Didn't like these.
Yeah, I missed out on Starvo when he was in the format, so I'm excited to play him. I have most of the pieces too. Yeah, I think a lot of the stuff for Starvo is like pretty cheap right now, honestly. So like now's a good time to pick it up before LL format like picks up. I'm excited to play LL format casually, like with some friends, and then I'm honestly excited for the day when like there's an LL like event, like somewhere, like at a calling or a battle hardened or something. This game.
James White announced a calling.
Oh my god! What did you say?
James White announced that a calling is going to be LL format.
Are you serious?
Probably next year. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
and it might be the one at PT4.
Well, everybody strap in then. All right. So you're going first. Format. We have our sideboard set up.
And I'm pretty sure the Battle Hardened at Worlds was already announced to be LL format as well. I could be wrong on that one.
I don't know. Battle Hardened Barcelona is LL? Oh, wow, really? Like, are you talking about at Worlds? Like, Battle Hardened at Worlds is going to be LL?
Yeah. Yeah.
What a time to be alive. That $25 cold foil Crown of Seeds is looking real good right now.
Load. Arsenal.
Oh
god.
Right.
Why does the game hate me?
So
against this deck yesterday.
Gonna pitch this and then we're gonna come in here with no boost.
I think you may want to get rid of Combustible Courier if you're going all in the Max V plan. Like, I feel like Combustible Courier is a hedge away from Max V.
I've been thinking about it. Like, that was something that crossed my mind tonight when I was playing. I talked about a couple of different ideas for the list over the course of the stream tonight. Like part of me wants to play High Octane. As a way to like kind of help with like the decks, like if you decide mid game to like fatigue me.
Oh, High Octane's really like is it at least in your sideboard for the pistol sideboard?
So I don't have it at all. I had to cut it just to make room for things. So, and this is the kind of hand we want to see. This is actually like exactly what we want to see. right? So it's yeah. This hand's like wow. This hand's actually insane. Wow. Okay. Yeah. So
Just
I
trying to
think we're
figure out how to
just
play this stupid
we're
turn.
trying to hang on to this hand here. Time to run OTK Viz with Bloodsheath and the new Sonata card. Justin, you shut your mouth when you're talking to me. That sounds horrible for me. Like,
Yeah, I
dude,
think either Viserai or Chain will be the strongest decks.
it probably will. It probably will. Like, I mean, Chain is just so inherently broken. Like, his ability is just so crazy.
And Viserai just kills people on turn 3, like, regularly.
Yeah.
Like, not even, like, lucky. Like, that's not even him getting lucky. It's just, yeah, he did Viserai things and you died on turn 3.
No, I know. And, like, that was the format when I started playing. I think I'm not even going to sink. I just want to stop your on-hit effect here. And then you're going to throw this, and I'm going to give you another 6-card hand, but my hand is so good.
I believe you.
Red Infecting Shot's pretty good.
Holy crap.
Is your hand insane? Have you assembled Exodia?
It is decent.
So let's come in for 9.
Yep, I'll take 24 here.
And then let's come in for 5. So we have a 14-point turn.
Oh, it's because it's for plasma.
Yep. And then this comes in
Yeah.
for 5, which is 19.
The other one comes in for 10.
And then we pop
29?
accelerators to come in for maximum velocity for a 29-point turn.
29 might be enough.
We're gonna be clipping that for the old YouTube shorts.
Yeah, that's decent.
And it happened live. That's not bad. The problem is like somehow like I'll do this kind of stuff and then I'll still end up losing these games. So this is definitely Rain Razors, but Rain Razors. What'd you say?
Or snaps.
I mean, it could be. I'm banking Rain Razors though.
Yeah, and also there's no on hit, so you don't care.
That's what I'm saying. Like, and it's one thing if like you have Rain Razors like showing where the infecting shot is, where I have to respect it a little bit more. But like,
Oh wait, Bolton shot hasn't even hit yet. Lol.
So this is for 6. So you activated Voltaire. Oh yeah, you can't reload. We literally just had this conversation out loud. Did we? Wow, pretty good turn. And
Yeah,
then
it
this
was
is for
really good.
7 to put me for 13. Put me to 13, and then this is going to be for 9 to
Oh,
put
wait,
me to 4.
whoops. Sorry. Yes.
I mean, one good turn deserves another, my friend.
Yeah. Let's see, 32. If you took all of it down to 6, which is 26. 28 if you take the blood rot.
So you had a 28-point
words,
turn, and I had a 29-point turn.
Yep.
See, this is the kind of gameplay I'm talking about right here. Yeah, because I mean, I'm going to 4 here. My hand is like yet again just like really good.
You know, I actually feel similarly. Oh, look. Oh, wait, that's for 6.
I was like,
Sorry.
really? You're gonna give it to me? I was like, okay, you twisted my arm.
Boom, 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 boom.
Okay. Whiff, 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 whiff. Damn.
Ooh.
Yep. So
There's
I'm
an
now
arrow
at
on
3
top.
essentially.
Three's not a big number.
Let's activate Heart. And then let's come in for 6 without boosting. So if you let the Combustible Courier hit, I think I was going to strip a lot of cards from your hand.
Yeah.
Well, one more, I guess. I guess it's only
You
one
ready for
more.
this? We both had like just crazy hands this game.
Do you have 3 oak here? Oh my gosh. Dude, this is
And
wild.
we know there's at least one arrow on top. Oh my gosh, that was cracked.
What'd you draw? So you had a blue arrow. Did you draw 2 red cards? Like 2 red arrows to play. Oh my gosh, it's so good. You're gonna kill me.
Red one costers. Red one costers.
Hey, you're gonna kill me. I have an item.
Let's see. And I can actually, because it's the end of the game, I can just go 8 and 8.
So
And 8 and 8 means you never survive.
I was like, here's where I block 6 and go to 1 because you can't play Rain Razors or anything. So in that case, I would block 6 in hopes that you whiffed. That's all I can do. And then I was like, and then I block 4 and die. Even if I have a 3 block there, I'm dead anyway.
Yep.
Wow, that was like the fastest 4 turns ever. Damage dealt, 25. Damage taken,
dude,
25.
What was your average value per turn?
14.5.
Dude, you don't get it.
What was yours?
21.67.
That's so crazy.
That is the fastest screenshot I've ever taken.
Dude, run it back.
Holy crap.
The games are so quick, we can play another one in like 2 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure.
So...
I'm chilling.
Yeah, no, I mean...
You are. I'm going first again? Are we just like...
If you hit quick rematch, it literally runs the game back the exact same way.
Oh, okay. Should give me the same hands.
Okay.
Let's do that one.
Oh. That's too many times. My bad.
You're good. Infecting. Go again.
Arsenal.
I think am I actually supposed to Arsenal that one? I actually am. That's weird.
Let's go Goliath Gauntlet.
Yep, that card exists.
Into Combustible Courier for 8.
You know, 8's a big number.
I mean, 8/11.
So what if we just... What if we did that?
Okay.
So unlike last game, I don't have Rain Razors in every single hand.
I guess it depends on what's in your hand, if it's worth it or not. So let's go 4. Did you say unlike last game, I don't have Rain Razors in every hand? You mean both of them?
Yeah, both hands.
Because we only played 4 turns?
The 2 hands.
Oh, man.
Give me equipment.
Yeah, that's not a problem at all. You don't have to twist my arm on that one.
The problem when I throw the infecting shot next turn.
Okay, so
I'll admit my hands are slightly less broken this game.
I mean, my hands are good, but like fair this game.
My hands are fair. I mean, fair is still debatable, but
I mean, this is going to be a pretty good turn. 6, 10, 13, 17, and 5's 22. So, like, this is a pretty explosive hand. Is it me? Am I the one that needs to refresh?
no. It's me. Dominate. Isn't it always wrong to throw that second chain link? Or I guess you cared more about the opt-on hit. So
I wanted the buff. I didn't want you to be able to give 1 card and Hornet Sting to stop the opt. Never lucky.
Enough. Never lucky. I have not seen that card trigger yet.
I've done it once in like 17 games. I think I'm more like at 22 games now. 26 games, I guess. And I've done it once.
Dang, that's a lot of games.
I do. This is the 4th day in a row I've streamed. We've just been at home, so I've just
That's no fun.
Oh, God. The cool part is I get to see your whole hand.
Yeah, so you pull the
This
blue
is
out
definitely
of my
just
hand.
take the blue here. Yeah. and then come in for 5. And we did banish a
and I
maximum
have to block.
velocity, which is a little sad.
That pulse wave was
Dude, Harpoon
cracked.
is like arguably the best card in this deck.
Endless arrow, giving me card and equipment.
So if I give you like, am I hanging on? So do I take the higher upside play, or do I hang on and hope that I draw another maximum velocity in the next 1 to 2 turns? Because I roughly have 2 turns. Sad that I'm at 40 and I'm sitting here going, yeah, you have 2 turns to draw it, or you just die. Like, that's the aggro meta we live in right now. I built it to play it, so I'm gonna do it. So you're gonna throw 1 more arrow at me because I know you have 3 reds in your hand. So you're gonna pitch, use Tunic, and then throw your drill shot at me. So, and I've already blocked, so this is just 5. It's like, so you get to put a counter on my accelerator. Whee!
So now when I T-bone you, I gain life.
That's right. That's right. Man. We're gonna I've committed to playing to this, so I'm just gonna play to it. Okay. Now the question is, is a 20-point life lead enough?
We're gonna see.
Okay. So 5, 10, 13. Arsenal that.
I mean, if you drew the max V turn, it was enough. You just win.
So I didn't. I'm just counting here to see what I can do. So take 7, go to 20, and then take 9, go to 11, and then my hand is 7, 12, 15. So you're forced to give me minimum of Hornet Sting. And then I get to Arsenal that, and I'm at 11. You're on a 5-card hand because of the Ponder. And then I don't have Pounder, so... And I'm at 11. 11 against a 5-card hand when I have no equipment to block with means I'm probably giving 2 cards. I might get lucky where you don't have a 3rd arrow or a Codex or a Rain Razors. Jesus, okay, yeah. I think when I have to get to like a 3rd option of things I'm hoping you don't have, I'm not in a good spot. So this would probably be a different situation if you didn't already have the Ponder.
Walk with that Foundry Heart. I want to have 4 counters.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
More counters.
If it was relevant to the game state in any way, I'd tell you to get wrecked, but...
All of the counters, please.
All right,
Going
so...
for 5.
Yeah, 5 go again. I was like, which you're probably pretty happy just to say okay to. I mean, let's bottom that. Like, that's a card we want to have in our deck. Not that it's going to matter, but... Boost 1 time, so 5 go again.
And it's either Heart and 2-coster or 1-coster. Because if it was a 0-coster, you would have played Plasma Barrel Shot at the start of the turn.
I don't know.
What cards do I care about? I mean, I could do that into that, but is that worse than that into that? Oh, that line's kind of crazy, actually.
Okay, so now I'm at 10.
Always lucky.
Man, would hardly call it luck, but I like that can-do attitude. So now I go to 10, you go to 1, and I'm still staring down a 5-card hand. I guess the only benefit is that you don't have Tunic. So
This deck's so broken.
just banking that you don't have another one. Could get punished for like pitching a red here, but again, I think we're in a world where we're just forced to take this. Okay.
So if you blocked, you would have been mega punished.
And then Heat Seeker for 7, so this requires 2 cards. Take 1, go to 2.
Not my favorite Arsenal card, but at this point, that's not what matters.
Then I'm not boosting here, and you either give me 2 cards from hand, or you give me New Horizon and a card. Which, I guess considering it's a blue infecting shot, you could consider doing, because you still get to throw 2 arrows at me. Which means if it's a 0 and a 1, I give you a card, give you 2 cards, and then I get to keep a card.
That's not how I would ever play the 0 and the 1. Think about it differently.
Oh, you'd go 1 for 5 and then 0 for 5 to get all my hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Early in the game, yes, I throw 4 and 6. Late in the game, you throw 5 and 5.
So block 6. And then this is for 5 and we block 6 again. So now we're either holding out until you kill us, or we're holding out for you to have an awkward hand. I mean, you having an awkward hand's like not out of the realm of possibility here. The question is, do I draw an item before you draw an awkward hand?
I think you're taking 1 and not keeping any cards, which is incredibly depressing. Wait, I have Tunic. Does that fix it? So if you have an item in hand, you're dead. Well, no, you're not dead. That's hilarious, actually. You need to have double item, but I think you're just taking 1 and surviving here.
How am I taking 1 if I have to block with every card, and if I have an item, I'm not dead?
Because the specific card.
Like, Codex is the only thing that like takes an item out of my hand, but even then, that would kill me.
Oh, that's 4 and 4. So we can do it, kind of. It works. It does work. We're good. But I think card. Yeah, you just have to recognize, I guess. That's why.
Reveals Winner's Bite. So if you do that, I can't pitch or play things but cost 0.
least I know you won't have a turn. Okay, so you have to take 1 damage here.
Why?
Like I have Winter's Bite, so if I have any playable arrow that's a 1-coster, you die.
Well,
Or a 0-cost red. So you have to take 1 here because you can. To keep a card. If you think about it.
so if you play the Winter's Bite, the Tunic's up, so I guess you can throw
lose
the
a
1
card.
cost at me.
Exactly. So you know that the only thing that you don't die to is a 0-cost blue. But since I pitched a 0-cost blue.
I mean, you could have another one. Like, it's not like out of the realm of possibility,
Which
but
I'm still debating whether I just quiver here. And
I
then
mean,
if quiver whiffs, I just play the infecting shot for 4, and you have a 1-card hand where you can't pitch or play a 0-cost card. But I believe I'm supposed to just strip all your cards.
it's probably better just to take every card out of my hand.
Yeah, I was just trying not, like, just use its Tunic, which means if next hand is also awkward, it really sucks.
And then give
It's crazy
both
how
cards here.
my quad blue hand still took every card.
Yeah.
Oh, this is broken. I finally drew the cards.
I mean, you were going to at some point. Like,
Yeah.
it was whether your hand was awkward or...
You declare quiver. Oh, look at that. It's a Bolton shot.
I was like, and then any 2 arrows kill me, it doesn't matter. I mean, this kills me by itself, actually. You don't even need the second arrow here.
Should have said go again.
Both of them are just...
I was down 20.
No, I know. I mean, so to be fair, like, your hand was really good. Harpoon was just, like, insane value for me.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think there's a world where I'm not supposed to start. Maybe I'm just supposed to start Techlocore. I've started Pounder the other 2 games, so let's try starting Techlocore and see if that changes anything.
Let's try.
Interesting that you're throwing arrows at me when you go first. I would be pretty intrigued if my opponent made that decision. I mean, I guess it just means you're just gonna, like, activate Voltaire and then arsenal your last card.
I think Okay, is snaps worth more than 2? Probably. Sometimes it's not. No, I'm thinking way too much like McGinnis.
I would say that snaps is...
Well, sometimes snaps is worth 1. It just depends on where in the game it is. Like, for instance, our first game, it was worth 1. Because I just +1 my arrow and then gave it go again with snaps.
Okay.
So I can't do that play for 2 extra damage, but I still like this play.
Are you not supposed to activate Lexi first?
It says go again. Oh, I could have said +1 there. Oh, that's the play.
Yeah.
Well, see, I knew I was onto something.
I was like,
I'm pretty sure I can do something real
just-
sneaky with Codex here.
so I gave these 2
Red card,
cards.
blue card. Yeah. One attack.
Yep.
Codex.
Play Codex. I get high speed impact back. Discard this. And then honestly, I'm just gonna take
you
it.
Just give this heart. Really? You don't just give it heart?
No, I have Harpoon in my hand. Like,
oh, okay.
So like, I was gonna give you Harpoon when I could block out everything you were gonna do and stay at 40. But like,
yeah,
the value of my hand is just too like the value of Harpoon is just too worth it.
Yeah. All right. Hopefully, Frailty will help a little bit. Don't you load? I guess it depends on your hand. 3's fine.
Let's see what we opt into here. Boosted a blue away, so that's good. We'll leave that on top. We don't really care to see that go away. Hate to see that go away. Sag.
Right. This is the best one of those. Guess it's like.
And then I wouldn't boost this since you only have 3 cards left.
Take my blue.
Yeah, taking the blue is just like always correct, I feel like. So we got to strip some cards out of your hand, go up 4 points. I didn't get to use my barrel shot there, but yeah, maybe cutting combustible couriers just to play. So load our weapon, combustible courier, data leak, high speed impact. Leave our card in arsenal. Yeah, I mean, this is 5 with no on-hit effects, so we're just going to take 5 here.
And then give me your equipment. Blue 2 for 6. Imagine if you got to play blue 2 for 6s.
So, I mean, I guess we don't have to crown anything here. We can just block 4 efficiently, which we're really blocking 6. And then we leave our arsenal alone, and we get to load, and then have a pretty decent turn. And we're not worried about Alexander playing a buff or doing anything because we know.
Joke's on you, this is Rain Razors.
I mean, can't play it this turn at least, so. So load the barrel shot. Come in with high speed impact. Use high speed impact to come in for 6. Combustible courier. Put you to 20. This is for 6 as well. I think we'll leave that card on top. I think it's like just good enough. And then we'll throw this for 4. So a 20-point turn. So premeditate Bolden Shot. I mean,
Sorry.
no, you're good, man. Much rather you make the correct play and us play a better game.
Not need to Lexi.
Okay, so this is just Rain Razors.
Oh no, he knows.
I was like, so take 5. At this point, if my opponent flipped premeditate and just didn't, means they want something else to hit more. So with 2 resources left, if his last card's a Codex, I mean,
Would love a Codex.
I guess I'm just gonna take 7 here. Trying to figure out what Alexander's up to over here. This premeditate's just staring at me, and I like perplexed on why. Because he wants his Heat Seeker to hit so he can have a 6-card hand.
Or 10. Oh, it's 11.
It's
That's
11. So let's think about our turn here.
That's so good because even 3 cards in heart doesn't block that. You'd have to give me literally your whole hand.
So 6.
It's so broken.
6 doesn't get a card. 3 doesn't get a card.
This is like 2 snatches for 11.
5. You're then at 1, so 5 gives me Tunic, Hornet Sting. I go to 6, and then I go to 5 off the Hornet Sting. But you're at 1 with... Or I can block 3.
If you're losing when you go first, that means you're losing when you go second, right?
I mean, I would imagine so. Although oddly, my win rate against some decks is
if you're losing when you're going second in an aggro matchup and you go first, it's still losing, right?
So I would assume so. Most matchups, like I feel like that's a very safe rule to play by. I'm like I have a losing record into Azalea with this deck when I go second, but when I go first, I'm like 4-0.
Yeah, I think that's because Azalea's like hands like double in power when she starts with an arsenal.
Okay, so let's take 8 and go to 9. Like, because to stop that, I literally have to give every card from my hand. And then my turn is stay up 7 points and do nothing. Like, which is just not where I want to be. All right, so let's come in for 3 go again. I have to basically look at this game like I'm at 8.
Nice.
Yep. So I'm at 8. And then we have high speed impact for 4. On hit, Dominate. And then I have to boost because I want Dominate. Not that that's like really gonna like swing the favor of this game for me, but I think getting the keyword text here is important because it means if Alexander doesn't want to go to 2, he has to give me his tunic. Alexander goes to 1. And then have to try and hang on here. So I have 8 life points I can play with. The blue arrow is already a good start for me. So 5 with go again. Hi, Tieran. So let's block 6 here because that's actually pretty relevant for how my turn wants to play out. And if Alexander does have like a random rain razors or something here, then we'll take 1, go to 7. I wonder if it's me that needs to refresh.
Shit.
There we go.
Oh no, I'm just thinking.
Oh no, you're good.
Yeah, this is broken. Now you have to give me your last card.
You never miss on Hornet Sting, and you never miss on Quiver.
Well, not missing Hornet Sting means I don't miss Quiver. I knew exactly what arrow was on top. That's why I could make that
Didn't
play.
you block with Hornet Sting the turn before?
Yeah, it doesn't bottom the card if it's an arrow.
No, but
If
I'm
it's an
saying
arrow, you
like
just
the
know there's an
turn
arrow
cycle before. Like you didn't know what was on top, did you? Or did you do that last turn? Like, did you do it in my turn or my turn 2 turns ago?
No, I did it last turn, so I knew exactly where the endless arrow was.
Oh, okay. I thought you'd done that 2
The
turn
Hornet
cycles
Sting
ago, so I thought that
yeah.
was total blind,
Yeah.
but you knew where it was.
The Hornet, yeah, the Hornet Sting told me I could do that play.
Yeah, no, that makes more
Okay,
sense.
we're
That
gonna-
makes more sense.
Tunic on your turn.
So now you can throw 3 arrows at me. Or I guess you can do that. That's also a good play. It's like I have to hope that your hand was just a little awkward. Even if it was, it doesn't matter. It has to be awkward enough for me to keep 2 cards. And I don't think there's ever going to be a world where that's the case.
It's playable, so I think you just think it's over. Like, all my hand has to be is serviceable, realistically.
I mean, yeah.
Since you have no armor.
Like, you have to have, like, your awkward turn, like, when, like, last turn. Like, you need to not have the endless arrow last turn.
Oh, whoops. Wrong button.
So, name go again on...
You actually have to give it to me here. Right? Or no, you can take 2 on the Withering Shot if you want. So it's either give me Arsenal or let me go to 1. Or go to 1. Do you want to be at 2 and give me an Arsenal, or be at 1? I think you have to be at 1 and hope I just don't draw anything.
Well, the other thing that I'm debating is... No, there's no way where that's ever a thing.
I think you have to let this hit. No. Sorry. You have to block this.
I have to block this, and I have to go to 1.
Yep.
Yeah, I have to block this and go to 1.
And you have to hope my hand does nothing.
I mean, I have to hope that your hand leaves me with 2 cards. Like,
Sadly, I don't think there's a hand that I could draw that doesn't do anything. And I think you're dead.
I was like 90% of your hands like kill me when we're at 1-1. Like just with the way like arrows break down. So this is for 5. I'd block 6. I'm never gonna play around Rain Razors in this scenario. Like I can't. And then that kills me. Any 0 for 4 kills me there. Yep. I mean, we just get a 0 to 60 and discard this. Yep. I mean,
What was your average value that game?
15.5.
Mine was 15.6.
Well, considering you won by a point, that math be mathing. Oh, I mean,
It's so funny to look at the numbers after, and it's like damage dealt 19, damage taken 20.
yeah, like it.
My on hits matter so much, and it's such a big deal.
That's the problem. So, like, at the end of the 3rd turn, we were even on life.
I even ignored your combustible, like the only on hit in your deck that's relevant. I just ignored it.
That's Dash's problem. Is like she has no on hits that aren't like.
Besides opting.
I mean, yeah, like you get to opt, and like if you want to take the risk of playing like 12 items in your deck, you can put an item into play randomly. All right, let's try it one more time, and then I'm gonna get off.
Yep.
I mean, it's been close with Pounder and Teklo-Core, so I guess we're going second. Let's try Teklo-Core.
Oh, there's no tricks I can do with this hand.
Well, that sucks because this hand is the epitome of garbage. Like, is that really what I'm about to do?
You know what McGinnis did to me yesterday?
What?
I went like load, and then turn 0 he went pitch 2 reds, play, twin drive, no boost, arsenal.
Yeah, well, guess what I'm about to do to you?
Load pistol. Big twin.
Pitch 2 reds.
Is Goliath Colony that really smart?
I mean, the games have been like
Surely that's wrong,
four
right?
turns long. There's no guarantee
enough.
I get to use it. In a matchup
Okay,
where like I don't
actually.
think we're gonna like if I think we're gonna play like more than 3 turns, yeah, absolutely. Like I'd save that for Combustible Courier every time. But like I like the games we've been playing, there's no guarantee I'm making it that far, so I'm using it because 2 points is 2 points. Oh, maybe try the other pistol. You're getting zero value from Achilles, and the cost to fire the current weapon is twice as steep. At least a 1-card hand. Late game, you can threaten something regardless. So, Justin, I completely agree with you. And the last 3 games, that's all thoughts I've had every game. And I felt that way most of the night. That barrel shot is just not as good as pistol is. So I think fitting in pistol and high octane is like the next step in this deck evolution.
I definitely always felt like you had to be on Tekla-Core if you were playing barrel shot because it needed to be free the first 2 turns to get enough value.
Right.
Like, you literally because you needed to be the 10 damage that you want it to be or the 9 damage you want it to be. If you're on Pounder, I feel like you have to start pistol.
So I can actually bottom my Teklo-Core here because I have the 2 extra resources. I was like in hopes of finding something that is more powerful than what I'm doing.
Okay. Which is probably smart to Lexi before I did that, so I don't give you heart back, but oh well. Actually, now that you only have one equipment block, smart to do it this way. I love the early drill shot plays to make arrows like way harder to deal with.
I mean, drill shot is like only good in the early game, really. Like it becomes worse the longer the game goes on.
That's why I arsenaled it like that and just played it with snaps because I was like, I want. It literally turns off all your equipment block and makes arrows the entire game like 2-card blocks.
Yeah, I just have to take 5, and then my blue is just going to go back to being resources. As to where previously, just a moment ago, I was able to. Before the hamstring shot, I was able to add 1 more point to the chain, so I'm just taking away 2 points. Hamstring shot's taking 2 points off of my turn.
Yay, 1 for 7.
I mean, yeah.
Like a blood rot shot.
Like,
but defensive.
Like anybody would play a 1 for 7. Any deck would play 1 for 7.
Every deck plays every 1 for 7 that it can.
So let's go 3.
How do I play this turn? I'm gonna have to I don't care about this card. Alright, but for now we're gonna assume Pulse Wave Harpoon exists.
I mean, unless it like just becomes blaringly obvious that my turn is going to be maximum velocity, you should like always live in a world, in my opinion, where like Harpoon is like your worst fear, because I think it's the scariest thing that I can do to you.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we're leaving that on top in case we find another one. That's just what we're hanging on for. And then
I think you can also use Achilles to like barrel shot and then like Achilles into item.
So I've literally been using.
Sorry, I'm gonna block here.
No, you're fine. I've literally been using Achilles to throw barrel shot and then throw something else, like or like load the barrel shot again. It works because I can throw max V afterwards without breaking the chain.
Ow.
This is the best use of Accelerator in this deck. Like, bar none, in my opinion. So, we take an 8-point life lead here, and we know that...
Lexi broken.
I mean, yeah, like, having Carrion Husk as 3 cards in your deck is just absolutely insane.
So...
Yeah, we're just taking 5 here.
Is this wrong? It's time. I should have Hornet Stinged last time.
I was like, well, no, because you had the 3 of a kind.
No, I definitely should have though, because 3 of a kinds often turn into quiver turns if you draw 2 blues.
Yeah, but if you quiver, like if you Hornet Sting, you're gonna draw 3 cards, so it's not gonna matter.
I think what I'm doing here is crazy greedy.
Like doing
so
the
we're
Hornet
just gonna
Sting.
Toss the Bolt and Shot.
Hornet Sting literally just loses that value for you later in the game.
Should. No, but it doesn't like Hornet Sting. All you care about is lining it up before your quiver turn. That is what it's for.
But why?
If it's not drawn,
you're not getting value off of seeing the top card of your deck, though. Because you were going to play 3 of a kind. If you activate Quiver before you play 3 of a kind, you don't have snaps, and then you have 2 non-go again arrows in your arsenal, and your turn's done.
Oh, you're right.
You physically had like, so it like actually did nothing for you that turn.
You are correct. You're correct in that.
So my turn still sucks.
His hands.
Love
to see it.
I mean, I think we're... I think we're just doing this and playing to our outs. Like, and it appears that our outs... Do what?
My out is killing you.
Yeah, I mean,
Lexi really go burr.
how are there 18, I'm sorry, 17 zero cost boost cards in this deck and I don't draw one of them in 8
I
cards?
mean, you could also rephrase that as there are 42 not zero cost boost
You're
cards
right. There
for you to
are.
draw. Right. Hand over your heart.
I mean, if you have Rain Razors here, you have it. Like, yeah, I was like, again, this, like, I can never play around this card ever under any circumstances.
I think there was a world where you give me 3 cards there, but I think it is wrong in most cases.
And now I just go to 13 because you're going to discard it either way. Yeah, literally, there's no benefit to me blocking here.
I think you block this one because you can't block the Heat Seeker.
I mean, I can't block the Heat Seeker, but you're discarding the Endless Arrow here regardless. Like, you're not going to, like, I'm blocking
yeah.
6 for life here, not for on hit effects
right.
either way.
Right.
So it is unfortunately 6 in one and a half dozen in the other.
Yeah. I did a half dozen in your mom. Oh, whoops.
I was like, did you mean to pass? Like, not that I'm complaining, but I mean, we're going to 12 and hoping that your hand is like somewhat mid.
Heat Seeker hit Heat Seeker. We arsenal that.
Okay, so you found a non-attack action or a Falcon Wing. Because if you arsenaled a Bolton Shot without without the other card being a pump, like you're just living wild and free over there.
Always wild and free.
Yep.
Oh, wow, that's a lot of cards. This one. Um, this one. Go again.
Let's take 2, go to 5. Block 6. Hope you whiff on Quiver.
There's a part of me that I should just do this.
You shouldn't Quiver
There's
here?
a part of me. No, I can't pay for it.
Oh, are you stuck with 3 reds?
Yeah, but you should know that because I pitched Razor. Technically. My hand's insane. It is. Yeah.
Okay. Back to back. They had 9 health, apparently. In case you couldn't hear that.
They did actually have 9 health. Whoops.
It's like, I
Let's not
assume
do
you didn't
that.
mean to pass.
I keep doing that. It's just because I feel like you should have priority in certain places and you just don't. And
I get that. I mean, I'm dead here either way. It doesn't matter. Block 6, take 1, go to 4, and then let you throw it again, and then I block. And then your 0 for 4 kills me. Or you just have another one. I mean... Yep. Throw the quiver, or throw the infecting shot. I guess technically the most correct play.
oh my gosh, my average value of that game was 17.2.
Yeah, mine was 12 and a half.
What was your total damage threatened?
37.
Mine was 74.
Yeah, I blocked a lot. I believe that. All right, well, it's definitely back to the drawing board.
Insane.
We're just gonna have to try the pistol and high octane and see if that like makes a difference or anything. Playing these games was good though, like because I mean at the end of the day, like this is the matchup that I need to jam the most of to see if it's gonna work or not.
Yeah, I am out of town Saturday, so I can't play the Armory on Saturday.
Oh, Sag. I mean,
But there's like Friday, I think.
There's like 2 weeks before ProQuest, so I mean. If nothing else, maybe we can play a game or two like after the Armory on Friday or something.
Yeah.
So sure. I don't know, but I'll put it together and bring it with me. So
yeah, sick.
Oh, well, cool. Thanks for playing games, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. See you.
All right, see you, buddy. Okay. Yo, Hal, what's up, man? Flesh and Blood is a category now? That's sick, dude. Yeah, actually, somebody, Kuzco, I don't know what his name was on Twitter. I believe it's one of those, has like spent the last few months like really trying to get Kick and Twitch to have their own category for Flesh and Blood, and he finally prevailed through on Kick, and they have their own category, which is really cool. I was pretty excited about it. Now, I mean, there's never anybody streaming in it, but it's pretty cool to have one nonetheless. So Barrel Shot apparently is not the truth if you looked at my thumbnail on YouTube. So I mostly just wanted to use that picture of me like being like, if I'm being honest, but so Barrel Shot felt pretty like Barrel Shot is very explosive for 2 turns. For like 2 turns, Barrel Shot is the truth. And then after that, it's like just kind of bad. And you don't get a lot of use out of Achilles accelerator, like Justin kind of pointed out just a few minutes ago in those last couple of games. So, like, we used accelerator multiple times tonight, but it wasn't to, like, add, like, multiple points to the board like you do with the pistol version. So, I think I'm going to go back to the drawing board, cut Barrel Shot, add pistols, or the pistol's already in there, but we're going to add high octane. And I think that'll help with some of the fatigue style decks as well. So adding high octane will be kind of cool. So I don't know. I'm going to go back to the drawing board and see what I can figure out. If I'm going to play high octane, I'm probably going to add a couple more blues in. If I add a couple more blues in, I'll probably put like another like Teklo Pounder or 2 in so that I can have more like help with that aggro style plan for like the Max V plan, because Teklo Core will be more of like a play it when it's convenient kind of card, as opposed to like starting with it when you're going second. So anyway, guys, thanks to everybody who hung out tonight. I appreciate it. I know I streamed a lot more this week. This is my 4th day in a row streaming this week, and that's pretty uncommon for me. Moving forward, I'm actually going to be trying to stream like 4 or 5 days a week. I've just like I've gotten, over the last like 6-8 months, a year, I've gotten to meet a lot of people like in the community, and like, from playing Flesh and Blood, and I've even met some really cool people playing Fortnite. And so like I'm really gonna be trying to stream more. I like to interact with the community and like be active and like see everybody and say hi and stuff like that. And so streaming's really like the best way that I feel like I can connect with everybody in the Flesh and Blood community. So I'm gonna be trying to stream some more, get some more content going for you guys. So I like having you guys in the chat and talking about the lines and what I'm doing wrong and what I can improve on and some things that you guys think were good plays. And so I don't know. It's just like it's a fun experience, and I really like the community. So, and I know I say that all the time, but I really like the Flesh and Blood community. You guys are great. I've honestly like almost everybody I know in the Flesh and Blood community is great. So, anyway, thanks for hanging out. I will not be back tomorrow. We are celebrating my brother's birthday tomorrow, and then Friday is the release. and I'll be playing cards on Friday and Saturday. So everybody, good look at your release this weekend. I hope you guys have a lot of fun, whether you guys are drafting or playing CC or whatever you're doing. I hope you guys have a blast. And hopefully I'll be back this weekend to stream once or twice. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you guys later. Take it easy, guys.